We're not starting yet. I'm just going to tell the live stream audience we're about to start in 5 minutes. So forgive me, I'm about to say the exact same thing in 20 seconds, but welcome. I'm so excited. This is going to be an amazing day. How's everybody doing? I'm going to need a little bit more energy once we go live. You guys are going to make me start yawning right now here, man. Gee. Hello! I'm being a little premature, but we're going to have that same energy in about 5 minutes. Hello, live stream audience. My name is Nick Novicki. I'm the founder and director of the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge. I'm going to give my same visual description in 5 minutes because I'm letting you know that we're starting in 5 minutes while we get everybody settled. But this is going to be an incredible day of learning. So I'll see you in 5 minutes, and I'm going to say the exact same thing. Hopefully with more energy, and more energy from the live stream, and more energy from the room. See you in 5! We're waiting for that countdown. Jack, am I framed right? How long are we till 30-second window? Give me a 10-second countdown. All right, guys, we're going live. Give me a little applause. Give me a little energy here. All right. Hello, welcome back. I am Nick Novicki, the founder and director of the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge, back again from 5 minutes ago. I feel like we're in a live studio audience because I'm looking around at an amazing group of Film Challenge participants and talented writers, directors, actors, producers with disabilities, ready for a day of learning. We are less than a week away from the 11th annual Easterseals Disability Film Challenge. Hello, live stream audience. I want you to feel like you're a part of this day. This is a day learning about marketing, about PR. PR from the disability influencer side, from awareness campaign winners, and people that have been great at getting buzz about themselves, about their projects. We're going to hear from representatives. We're going to hear from people that work in development. So this is a day where we're all going to be able to learn a lot. It's going to be an interactive day. So if you have questions on the live stream, make sure to ask us those questions. We want you to feel like you're part of this. We're going to be hearing some people via remote that are going to be tuning in from different parts of the country. So many of you know that the genre this year is buddy comedy. Some of you are tuning in and you actually don't know what the challenge is. It is an annual 5-day filmmaking competition where you have to have somebody with a disability in front of or behind the camera. The challenge will be April 2nd to April 7th. If you haven't registered yet, that is step one. You will need to go to disabilityfilmchallenge.com. You will need to hit the challenge tab. It'll walk you through the rules. It'll show you everything you need to know about the challenge. It'll also take you to our Film Freeway page, so you will be able to officially register. This year we have the best prize package we've ever offered, including $15,000 production grants provided by the Adobe Foundation, Sony cameras, Dell computers, Adobe Creative Cloud, IMDb Pro memberships, mentor meetings with executives from Netflix, Sony Pictures, NBC Universal, Paramount Global, Emmy-nominated writers. There's all kinds of opportunities. This Casting Society of America shares all these films. So we are going to have a literal wave of disability content that is going to hit the industry, and it is going to lead to jobs. So whether you're here in person, whether you're here remote, and you're getting your team together, this is your opportunity to show the world what you could do. Not talk about you want to be an actor, you want to be a writer, you want to be a director, but to actually do it, to make a film. And at the end of the day, you own that film, and it's going to lead to these opportunities. It's going to lead to these jobs. Now, this day, as I said, is a day of learning. It's a day of experts that are going to give you advice that are going to be useful for your films, for the marketing of your films, and beyond. Because at the end of the day, this is the long game. We're building communities. We're building relationships. My work has pretty much only led from other jobs where I've been hired by other actors, by other producers, by other directors that I've worked with. This room is going to be that network for you. This room, whether that's a virtual room, whether that's connecting with people from our @Disability Film Challenge channels, you're all getting that opportunity to meet and learn and be with other people. So that, at the end of the day, is always a win. Now, at the end of the day, too, if you don't win, I'm not a judge, so don't come after me. All right? I'm not a judge. I'm going to throw that out there as a disclaimer. But when we talk about community and people that are on your team, what I'm very proud about is that collaboration and people that have, through these workshops, met other people, and just all the amazing, individuals and professionals that have volunteered to help join your productions, or whether that's being somebody there to give advice, or whether that's somebody there to join your team as a writer, as an actor, as a director, as a crew member, as a cinematographer. And, you know, I got to give a humongous shout out to the Cinematography for Actors, the CFA, who's doing the live stream, Jack on the live stream. And I want to bring up the co-founder of Cinematography for Actors, Indiana Underhill. Come on down. And I want to talk about, in general, it's been many people in this room have been here where we've done all these incredible workshops and writing and directing and producing and camera work and learning about the challenge and learning about improv comedy and all these different things, which are going to be available on our YouTube channel. Yes, now, a lot of people have been reaching out to you in Cinematography for Actors, and can you talk about any updates that, with regards to that?
Of course, yeah. So we've had a lot of people email us because we are community driven and we focus on education, community building. Obviously, we've had a lot of talented filmmakers reach out to us asking for crew for the upcoming film challenge. And so yesterday I sent out a notice to our newsletter and mailing list asking that if people wanted to be involved in the Disability Film Challenge this year, that they can sign up on Brenda's wonderful sheet that she explored and talked about at the editing workshop we last had in mid-March. And so we've had people, they've been filling that out over the past 24 hours, and I'll send out another notice in another 24 hours to make sure that we have directors, writers, actors, DPs, sound, all fill out that sheet so that you can have some wonderful new collaborators to potentially work with. I will give a shout out because I was in awe of some of our community members. We had, thank you, Alicia Robbins, season 3 DP of Bridgerton, who has volunteered her time to be on the Disability Film Challenge this year, and some other wonderful industry professionals like yourselves volunteer their time. So keep an eye on that sheet. Brenda has started a Facebook group that she will be sharing with me that we will share at the end of today's live stream so that you can go on. We'll include it in the Zoom link as well as the YouTube chat so that you can kind of log on and see who, including yourself, you should be filling it out, but who is volunteering so that you can have the collaborators that are like-minded and want to work with you just as much as you want to work with them. So, yeah.
Amazing.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Indy. Everybody at CFA.
Yes, thanks, Jack and Hollings and Carly and Haley and everybody that makes this involved. Those workshops will be up by the end of this week and edited by the wonderful Mario. So thank you.
Thank you. And now I have my own microphone, but as a comedian, I want to hold that mic. It is like instinct. I'm like, I kind of need 2 microphones. It makes me feel more comfortable. So now I'm just going to pretend I have a mic in my hand here. How's it going, everybody? So that is so cool, but that ultimately is like what the goal of the challenge is. It's about you put yourself out there in the world, sharing what you need to, and taking that first step. Brenda, do you want to come up and talk a little bit about this? Because I want to state one other thing, too. So this list of crew is not affiliated at all with the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge. I legally cannot connect you with anybody because then if you win or if it doesn't work out, then that is tied in with us and not a part of the rules. But what I want to do is have this go beyond the challenge. It's about building the network. It's about building these relationships where you start with this one short, maybe it turns into a web series, maybe it turns into a feature, and that is happening more and more. So I would love for you to come up and talk a little bit about this, and I want to thank you for having this incredible desire to really take that step to help bridge the gap. Feel free to take a seat here and tell us about it, and then we're about to start our first panel.
Okay. Most of you have known that I created a Google Sheet. This was as a filmmaker, for filmmakers. I kept hearing people say, I need crew, how do I connect? And I'm an office manager, so this just came natural to me. I started thinking, how can I connect people from the filmmaker side, not not official. And so this, you will see a link in the in that will be shared by everyone. It's for Google Sheet, and what it is it is a worksheet. If you don't have to know how to use it to just open it. It's self-explanatory. I've included on the first page instructions on how to use it. And what you do is you just choose the tab. If you are a script writer, you go to the script tab. You sign up. If you're looking for a script writer, go to the script tab. At the very end, you're going to see there's multiple tabs that tell you what the person is. It gives you a link to their work. It gives you a small bio. How to connect with them, whether or not they're engaged right now. So it is growing, it is evolving, and with your input, it will become the tool that we all need it to be. So just reach out to me, and yes.
Was it already emailed to us, or we have to find it on the Facebook?
I will make it available to everyone, and we'll tell you how to find it. I think that Nick and Indiana will let you know how to find it. But yeah. So yes, sir.
Well, first of all, we're going to get started in a minute
Yes.
with our panel, but can we give Brenda an unbelievable round of applause
Thank you.
for this?
Yes.
I mean, I can't thank you enough for that incredible work. Did you have anything else to say?
It's just my way to reach out and hug everybody and tell everybody that you're not alone. There are crew out there that want to crew up and want to do this work. So yeah. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Well, I really want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for that initiative. And I want to thank so many people that reach out that let me know, hey, we have an editor. We don't need any more editors, but we have somebody else that is an editor that reached out that said they want to join my team. If that ends up happening, please tweet us that, and we'll retweet it. Please do an Instagram story and tag us, and we'll reshare that story. If you're in need of more crew, put that out there in an Instagram story tab, and we'll reshare that. Again, this is community-based. And for those that didn't hear the question from the audience on the live stream, she said, is that available? Where is that? We will be sending that both in the Zoom and to everybody here, Brenda's list that she put together. So now, who's ready to start the day? One more time, who's ready to start this day? All right, we have an incredible panel that is going to lead this day off in marketing and in distribution. Now, I already shared about all these incredible workshops that we've done today. We've done, over the last numerous months, we've done camera and directing workshops. We've done writing and producing workshops. We've done improv comedy. We've done so many workshops that will all be available on the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge YouTube channel. I want to give a humongous shout out to cinematography, for actors, for all their support. And, we talked about prizes. We talked about incentives. Well, guess what? The winners of this year's Easterseals Disability Film Challenge will be screening at the Hollyshorts Film Festival this August. The 20th annual Hollyshorts Film Festival, which screens many of the films that end up winning Academy Awards in that short film festival over the last, many years. And since the beginning, when I created the Disability Film Challenge, Daniel Soul and Theo DeMont, the co-founders of Hollyshorts, were there for me when I started it, and we had 4 films that first year, and they allowed us to screen those 3 films created from around the world. And this year, we're hoping to break that record, and that is thanks to your support. But I want to start this day off by bringing on our moderator. He is the co-founder of Hollyshorts, an amazing person, Daniel Soul! And I want you to introduce the panelists, and we're going to see you soon. And make sure to hit us up and ask questions along the way.
Hi, I'm Daniel Soul. I'm the co-founder of Hollyshorts. As Nick, he has the boom and energy. I'm a little more low-key and quiet. So I'm the co-founder along with Theo, who will be here for, I believe, the next panel. Yeah, we're excited to partner with the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge. We're very known Nick a very long time, and very honored and pleasured to be working with him to collaborate and screen his films. And we do have a screening tonight of some of the films in tonight's monthly screening. But yeah, so this panel, I wanted to let me introduce everyone. So we have Claire Cooney. I want to bring her on. So she's one of our panelists as well. And Lauren Avanam. So Lauren is producer and film festival strategist, and she does some wonderful work. So let's, I'm just going to kick it over to you both and to introduce yourselves and
Great.
Keep it going from there.
Yeah, as you said, I'm Claire Cooney. I'm the senior programmer at a channel called Omeletto, not to be confused with Omelet. And we are on YouTube. We've got about 4 million subscribers on there. We program short films from all over the world, Academy qualifying stuff, Sundance darlings, all the way down to folks who just made it for a very cheap amount and the story hits right with our programmers. We want to showcase the film. I'm also a director and a filmmaker, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. I'm Lauren Avinome. I'm so happy to be here and meet you all, and got to chat with some of you before, which was fun. I'm a producer of, I guess, over 12 years now of primarily feature films, some short films, and also I'm a writer. And I have a company that does film festival strategy, which I've had for about 15 years now, which is crazy to think that. But yeah, I've been involved with Hollyshorts for a number of years and serve on the jury for a number of different film festivals like Hollyshorts. So happy to be here.
Awesome. Yeah, so I wanted this discussion to sort of focus on distribution. It's a topic that, so outside of Hollyshorts, for about 10 years I was at Lionsgate in domestic distribution theatrically. So I was selling films theatrically of the Lionsgate slate. And so I had a lot of experience in that area, and I've always felt, even when I started working there, that I was interested in the job because I didn't know anything about it. You go to the movie theaters, you're like, you don't know how these movies end up here, why they're here. You're always thinking, I want to make a movie that ends up in the theaters, but how do they get there? So I've always been kind of fascinated with that topic, and felt that it's something that a lot of filmmakers and film directors, writers, actors, and don't have enough information about. It's not really taught much at film schools. It's not something you can just learn at school per se. It's something you got to learn just kind of by being in the business. So I'm going to touch on some of that topic and stuff because I have some of the folks I used to work with at Lionsgate, and my former boss. They're all spring break this week, so a lot of them took their kids out of town. They're all like out of the country, and they weren't here. So I wanted them to talk on that stuff. I'll kind of touch on that, and then Claire can discuss some of the stuff with Omeletto and the process of what they're looking for and how the process of streaming works and how the platform works as far as looking for films and how they acquire films. And Lauren can talk about, I felt it'd be good to talk about the strategy of film festivals.
Yeah.
We're all here making films for festivals, at Easterseals, at Hollyshorts, other festivals. And when you make the films, then what? Sort of what's the process for the festivals? What are they looking for? And you have experience with that, so I thought that'd be good to kind of touch on all these three areas. So with that all said, I'll start with you, Claire, and sort of just to kick off what is Omeletto looking for? Tell us more about Omeletto for those who don't know.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful platform. It's grown so much over the years, and it's just it's great. And so I don't know how where everyone from nuts to bolts to what you all do. So
yeah, awesome.
Start there.
So yeah, I made my first short film about 7 years ago, and I was looking for somewhere to put it. I was like, it's really hard, I think, to make money off of a short film. I made it for not much money, so I wasn't expecting to make a ton of money. I was looking for it to kickstart my career in some way, because it did really well on the film festival circuit, and so I was really excited about that. And so I was applying all those different kind of like online channels, like Short of the Week and Omeletto and director's notes and all those kinds of things. And Omeletto really appealed to me. It's really story driven, is a little bit more than some of the other short platforms. We look for kind of short films that have a bit more commercial appeal than some festival darling films. I think there's like this cross between art house things and then things that are more commercial. We try to be kind of in the middle there and want to program stories that are really relatable and have a strong plot and character. So I put my short film on there, and it did really, really well. It blew up on there, and then after a while they were looking for a curator, and I was like, me please. And so I joined the team about 4 or 5 years ago. It's been so much fun because I get to meet filmmakers from all over the world and kind of help people figure out if we're the right place for their film. I've had some friends who send their films to us, and I'm like, I love your film. It won't do well on our channels. It's certain things that do well. Well, what is that? Generally for length, we're looking for between 6 to 20 minutes. If it's longer than 20, it tends to not do quite as well. If it's less than 6, it's this tricky thing where the YouTube algorithm assumes, oh, they're only watching this for 4 minutes. Why is that? Because the film was only 6 minutes long. So YouTube reads that as like a lack of retention, or that our videos don't hold on to audience members. And so there's a tough thing to keep our channel going. We need to program films that are of a certain length so that people are going to be watching a certain amount of content. So there's so many lovely films that are 3, 4, 5 minutes long that we're just like, we just can't program this, because our goal is to make your film succeed, but also ultimately to keep our channel average, because otherwise every other short film is going to be impacted by if we get one film that doesn't perform well. So it's this balance of trying to program films that are going to be pushing boundaries and also relatable at the same time. Certain films and topics, like we're a major platform like YouTube, it's all over the world. It's not just in the United States. And the US, for all of our issues politically, we generally tend to be a pretty liberal place compared to a lot of the rest of the world. And so we get tons of trolls on YouTube in a way we wouldn't on somewhere like Vimeo. So that stinks. But then you also are going to get access to millions more people on YouTube than you would Vimeo. So we try to kind of make sure we eradicate trolls before they upset filmmakers and all that kind of stuff, because the good outweighs the bad in terms of people saying like, I'm at my computer crying, I've never seen a story like this about me before on YouTube. So it's a major platform, and with that comes pros and cons. And we always warn filmmakers kind of about those pros and cons. It is just mainly for you to get eyeballs on your film. I know that for me, I directed my first feature this past year, and that was because my first short film did so well on Amuletto. It has almost 1 million views, and that looked like a great calling card for a potential person to hire me. And we hear stories like that a lot. A company who's looking for a proof of concept for a certain feature, and they look and they see, oh, there's an audience for this story, this type of filmmaking, et cetera. So we don't think of ourselves as a distributor as much, because we unfortunately do not have the funds to pay people. We barely are paying ourselves. We're doing this kind of just to support new filmmakers and kind of get their careers going. So we always say, you know, if you've explored different options and we're hoping to get that Showtime contract and didn't come through, or whatever it may be, and you're kind of deciding if you want to make a little bit of your money back or get eyeballs on your film, and you're kind of torn between the two, we say feel free to explore the different routes to make a little extra money if you need to. I have found it's tough to find a platform for shorts where you make money reliably, and so I've always prioritized eyeballs and kind of getting things going and getting buzz going. And I think that we're a good home for that. So that's our general vibe.
With a few quick questions on
Yeah.
that, what is the sort of low end or high end on views?
Yeah.
With the film that's performed the highest, or what's the, like, wow, this did 10 minutes.
Right,
What is the
yeah.
range of that on the
So
platform?
it's almost impossible that you're going to get less than 10,000 views. Well, pretty much in the first week you're going to get that. It's I always say to filmmakers, like, what you do in the first 72 hours is really, really huge. If you're going to try to send emails to press and put it on Twitter, if you have any friends that have any kind of poll, if there's a certain topic about your film that isn't appeal to a niche audience, go on Reddit, go on TikTok, all that kind of stuff. So it definitely, we see filmmakers that put a ton towards their release get more returns. So I'd say the minimum you're gonna get is like 10,000. The maximum's like, I don't know, it's like 70 million, you know, something like that. So it runs the gamut. My first film was a little under 1 million, and then my second short film on there was 700,000, and then my third short film only got like 45. So it's just like, it hit at different times, and it just depends.
Corey Surge,
Yeah.
filmmaker, alumni friend of mine, his film.
His has 3 million on there.
3 million plays. He's posting another million. I'm like,
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
doing very well.
He's doing
It's
incredible.
it's just a
I'm very
filmmaker.
proud that I found his film. I was looking at the slate of films on Hollyshorts, and I was getting so excited. And then I was like, oh, what's this one? Lughead. And I reached out to Corey, and I was like, can I watch this film? I think it might be a good fit for us. It sounds like the right fit. And I watched it. I fell in love with the film, and I programmed it. And now we're like really, really good friends. And so it's just one of those things, like, reaching out to people, it's initially scary, but now that's like my entire job, is to go to film festivals and walk up to a filmmaker and say, I really liked your story, can I talk to you? And then you might become best friends with them, which is why this is such a cool challenge, that you're going to meet community and build community together. There's a question over there. Yeah.
When you did your first one that got 1 million views, did you do the TikTok and all that stuff and press releases and all that stuff? And did you do it for the next two as well? How did it?
Yeah, so the first one, and that's actually kind of how I got hired at Amuletto. They kind of saw the way I handled the rollout of my short film, and they were like, we feel like you're a hustler. We feel like you're someone who's gonna be wanting to network and help grow our channel. And I was like, sure, let's do it. Yeah, so I was in Chicago at the time, and that is a smaller community than Los Angeles, obviously. And so I reached out to every single press film-related person in Chicago and was like, this is my first film. I'm a first-time female filmmaker. We made this for like $1,000 total. It was like a very shoestring budget that did really well in festivals. Can you write a profile about this, or do an interview, or just make a note that it's being released? And people were like, sure. And then people reached out to me saying, how do you have all these contacts at press? And it's like, I just kind of bugged them. And I wasn't too annoying, but I would always send the initial email, do it really professionally, and then follow up a week later. The worst that's going to happen is you feel like, oh, I feel ignored. You know, there's really no downside to it. It just takes a level of accepting that you can't put too much weight on every email. I think the more you send out, the more practice you have with being rejected and being ignored. That's what this business is, unfortunately, because all you need is 1 or 2 people to actually listen to you, and then you're there. And then yes, I went on Reddit, and I'm scared of Reddit for some reason, and I was like, our thriller, because my first one was kind of a thriller, and I was just like, here's a cool new thriller, you know, like I just did what I could, through trial and error and all that kind of stuff. And I think not being afraid to look and feel stupid is the number 1 advice I'd give.
That is really good advice, because also I'm going to piggyback. I wasn't asked anything, but like, you get rejected at any stage of your career, including celebrities get rejected and their emails not answered. That happens very frequently. So the idea that like you hit a certain marker that then means everyone takes your calls. The industry is constantly shape-shifting. I remember having a conversation with a friend who like literally won the Academy Award for like Best Picture, and then the next year was, you know, really having to hustle to put financing together for a totally new film. So like there's no this happens and then you're here and you stay there. That's like completely inaccurate, and that's been, I think, one of my favorite things I've learned is that you have to always reinvent. You have to always kind of like find the moment and like be in the zeitgeist, because it's all those things kind of combined that bring you to getting people to answer your email at any particular time. Yeah.
Well, not back to you, Lauren. Next question. I want to ask you, what is your process for film festival strategy? What are you looking for? Do you do outreach? Do people just come to you? What is it you're looking for? What is and tell us a little background and sort of your experience with festivals, you know, the overall scope of kind of dealing with taking a film on and then now getting it out there and submitting it and helping manage that process for filmmakers, and tell us a little more about that.
Yeah, I mean, I started doing that in 2009. I started at a company called What Media that's in Toronto that has like many Academy Awards to their name, and I oversaw the film festival department. So I would pitch our slate of movies to festival programmers.
For years I used to call, I used to think it was always Quad Media.
Quad, yeah. People were
always like,
well,
for years I was like, I think this company Quad.
Yeah, it honestly, also the spelling is a little, it's OUAT. It's an acronym for Once Upon a Time. So people actually never really knew like what
I've seen that spelled out. I never know how it's pronounced.
Yes.
So yes, okay.
So it's what, a little bit bizarre, but that honestly was the place that like gave me my first break and like gave me my love of where I discovered filmmakers that I then produced for. So like festivals for me were always kind of like a means to an end to discover new voices that I wanted to then produce their films or develop films with them. So it's always been in tandem for me. Like it's never been this like, that's my film festival work. Anyone I consult with, I tend to also then develop their project into a feature. Or like one good example is I was originally brought on to a movie called Lowland Kids that I was originally intending to do like film festival strategy for, and that debuted at South by Southwest and did a ton of festivals and had a big Academy Award campaign. It was acquired by Riot Studios and then Huffington Post. But we're making a feature now with like Darren Aronofsky and like multiple Emmy-winning producing partners, including one who just sold Superman at Sundance for $15 million.
Nice.
So yeah, so like the journey from short to that has been super interesting. And I think what I look for is always like, shorts are really, you said it so well, like shorts are not somewhere anyone should look to make money. Shouldn't look at independent film to make money, generally speaking, from like a wider perspective. But from a short film perspective, it's really about like proof of concept, developing your style, what your voice is, what you want to share with the world, what your style of storytelling is. And it's essentially like a bit lower risk than the ability to make a feature, and you get to kind of like own your craft a lot more. So that's how it should be viewed in my opinion. So for me, the shorts that I get involved with are typically like, and it's interesting with festivals because I always, when I'm producing a movie, the first thing I think of is where is this ending up? And interestingly, like that is not the framework of a lot of people in independent film, which is interesting because I think you have to know where it's ending up to be putting in the arduous task of spending 5 years trying to make a movie, raising money, like delivering a movie. So that's always kind of like my first sensibility of where is it headed. But then the films that I'm strictly consulting on are typically have like a very strong filmmaker voice, really well produced. They have the ability, typically I'm coming in like during the editorial process, so I'm helping make my mark also as a producer and not just as like a, here's the completed movie, now can you get it into Sundance? And it's like, that's like such a kind of silly question. And also I believe very strongly in the kind of democratic breakdown of film festivals, which is a lot of filmmakers think, oh, I'm gonna submit to Sundance, if it doesn't get in, it'll go to South by or then Tribeca, because that's like the calendar year order of the festivals. All those festivals program entirely different from one another. So the idea that you're even thinking like, well, it didn't get in there, so now I'm sending it here, so now I'm sending it here. Like Claudette Godfrey programs very differently than the team, than like Kara Kusama. So you kind of need to be thinking of like, who's the audience for the film? What's the programmer taste? What have they programmed before? And that's kind of where I come in and people bring me on to help them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Definitely, yeah. Question.
I'm going to get my question out of the way early. I was talking to you earlier. My husband and I are animators, we're filmmakers, and we focus on entertainment for children with disabilities. We want children with disability to be the titular character. We had film in 2022 with Easterseals, and we're going to be participating this year. And we know our audience, we know where we're headed. We have that entire backlog of information ready. And now it's a niche within a niche. It's finding the audience, because you go to people and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe it, where have you been? But then you leave that situation and it goes, how do we, is there an inroad for us to this industry, is there to film festivals, to getting a wider audience, getting an online presence? I am absolutely horrible at marketing. I do not have the knack for it. Learning that would be absolutely invaluable to us. But really, that's what our goal is to put children with disabilities forefront, so that they're on Nickelodeon, they're on Disney, and they're being seen and not the background character. Yeah. And the stories are fantastic. The characters are beautiful, and we're just trying to find a way. Do you have any? Are there film festivals for this? Are there Hollyshorts divisions for this? How would I get where I need to go to get someone in the industry to look at this series?
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, I'm like, I have a toddler, so I'm in like the land of Ms. Rachel and Blippi and these giant YouTube influencers. And it's interesting because it's really cool seeing the diversity of storytelling that starts from a very young age. And I think it's incredibly important for especially kids programming to see people of all abilities, all colors, all languages, because kids are not, they learn to discriminate. They learn to, so when you're showing a democratic perspective of the world, that's like bingo. That's where it starts. So I love what you're doing with all the films you're making, because it's so important for children to see that, because then they're like, right, I know, or they grew up with a family member who's disabled. Like, they're like, great, yeah, I know that these are blind people, or these are like, that's just so important.
We've heard that before, because our very young children, we have one for very young children, which is a fairy who cannot fly, Lolly. And basically her mantra is, if you can teach one love, you can teach them all. And it's about adventure, and it doesn't focus on the fact that she doesn't have hair and she can't fly.
Right.
These are just background.
Part of
And so what you're saying is exactly what we're trying to do.
I think if I can like kind of go backwards to what I was saying earlier, it's incredibly important for filmmakers to be creating stories from their point of view of the way they want to see the world, that are their stories, that you're not creating for the market. Like, I think there's a lot of interest in and from people from outside of the communities that we're talking about representing, I'm going to create this because I think that's like a trendy thing now. Mm-hmm. Or like, I think, there's a market for it, or it's this. It has to come from an authentic place, because those are the stories that break through. And when they come from a filmmaker that has this really incredible perspective, don't ever create something for because a festival's going to program it. Festivals right now are actually going through a lot of changes. Yeah. A lot of changes. It was announced yesterday that the entire Hot Docs team is gone. There's a lot of, which is just nitty gritty stuff that you're all whatever.
This turnover, this transition,
there's a lot going on in the kind of wider festival landscape right now. So I think the most important thing, since media is getting more democratic, you can put your shorts on TikTok or on Instagram or on Omletto or on YouTube and find an audience. Festivals can be an amazing tool, but don't create something because you think, oh, well, Big Apple Film Festival, what programming does, or Chicago Children's, they had you just have to create the authentic representation from yourself, and things will follow as long as you're deeply embedded in owning your craft and really perfecting your storytelling. That's kind of my general take
back on
on
the festival
things.
side, there are specific festivals that will more cater to your films than others.
Yeah.
So you don't obviously look to say, just a very drastic example, but Screenfest is not not the place for but some filmmakers we see will just submit across the board. We also have a comedy shorts festival we do as well outside of Hollyshorts, sort of our sister festival, and we see submissions all the time. They're just utterly intense dramas that don't fit. They're not comedy. So people are submitting without paying really any attention.
Yeah.
So you're spending your $40, whatever, and you're submitting stuff to this wide net. It doesn't really make sense. So definitely, whether it's assistance from people like Lauren who do this work, or other companies do that as well, that do consulting to help you really target, okay, this film would fit, whether Chicago Children's or other festivals like that really would be a good fit. Hollyshorts, we do a wider net of programming, so we do have a family program and things, and look for children's animation along with the more anime stuff and things like that. So we would or could program a film like that or a film like that. But some festivals that are similar to Hollyshorts just won't or don't.
Right.
So, but it's hard to know that, right? Because if you don't know the programmers, we have this experience, but if you're not going to all these festivals, you're submitting, okay, this looks like a good festival, a lot of people pay attention, it's great, boom, submit there. I mean, it's hard to know. So it's more research on that, but there are the obvious of festivals that focus on animation and children's films, things like that. There are many festivals strictly curating in that way.
Right.
And that's the sort of starting point. And on the festival side, at least on that.
Yeah.
And how would I do that?
I would pour over Film Freeway in terms of looking through, you can search certain keywords in terms of children's film festivals or film festivals that might have a disability category or something along those lines, things that are very known for their animation. I will say I spent just like hours and hours and hours on Google and Film Freeway when I was first submitting my first short film.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no easy way in except for the work of Googling it and researching it. I mean, that's because I
And like you
personally don't
said,
know it.
building relationships
And building
too.
relationships, yeah. But I will say like that specificity is the most relatable thing out there. So the fact that you're making something so specific and niche is a superpower, in my opinion. Like that is the thing that people are excited about. You know, like I'm right now in development for my feature I'm writing, and this concept I was talking about with someone. The minute I said, well, on the lead character stutters, they were like, oh, there you go. All of a sudden they got really much more excited. And they said, where's that come from? And I was like, oh, I stutter, like, you know. And they immediately were like, okay, now I believe in this film. Like the second that there's something really specific to you, people can feel that, and it's gonna get to where it needs to get as long as you do the research. Also, you're not good at marketing yet. You know what I mean? Like choose a thumbnail that really stands out, craft a log line that grabs people, and it doesn't have to be terribly complicated or technical. Like it's just about how would you design kind of a poster that you'd want to see, put that online, try to grow your kind of followers. Hashtags are going to be your friend. On TikTok, you can tag certain categories. Google is your friend. Researching and growing kind of those skills are going to help you, I think. Yeah.
So, say I love the Wall-E series, but say you write something. I started writing screenplays not very long ago, and I hadn't done that before stroke, and the stroke is what I was writing to communicate.
Yeah.
Long story short, and so the one I just wrote, I submitted to the Coverfly, the Shonda Rhimes diversity showcase thing, and it did really well there. So I was like, oh, let me submit to some festivals, see what happens. So now I've got into a bunch of festivals. What's the next step from there? Like, what should I expect when I go to like Toronto and
These are writing festivals,
So is this
screenplay
like-
competition.
Is this like a
Screenplay competition,
screenplay competition? Like Austin Film Festival has like
Yes.
a screenplay Okay, got it.
yeah.
Oh, that's a good question, and congrats. That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
It's amazing when a kind of like turning point in life can start driving a new shift in storytelling. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier actually.
Yeah.
I started writing as I entered like this interesting shift in my own personal life as well. And so, yeah, I think, how do you be best prepared for that? You want to obviously be spending a lot of time on the writing, like getting your drafts as up to date as possible, getting, probably a lookbook, pitch deck, something like that together. One thing I know as a producer, but now writer, is producers and reps and anyone on like the business side of the industry is always like, this is cool, what else do you have?
Mm-hmm.
Like literally always, what else do you have? I was literally pitching my friend who's a manager the other day, like the screenplay I'm writing, and she's like, what are the other things? I was like, well, there's these three, but like that's,
It's already on to the next thing.
Right.
yeah, literally, like, and so it's interesting because that's going to be literally the first question you get asked. So you should also be thinking about, as a writer now, what are some other ideas? And maybe they're not like full pilots, maybe they're not ready screenplays, but like,
I've written so many things.
oh, amazing.
Yeah,
great.
I've written a
great.
lot.
And just like, what's your kind of like elevator pitch of each of them that you're like, cool, I have elevator pitch, super important. That's a
Yeah, it's
real
kind of a spot, because
skill
if
to
you're going to the
have.
festivals you're attending, it's different than, so we have our screenplay contest, we have our writers that have a pass. You get into the festival, at the quarterfinal level, you have a pass to the festival and you get in. And
Yes.
so you can go to the festival and attend.
Yes.
And that said,
Classes and everything.
it's great, the good side, but the downside is you don't have anything you're not going there, you're not saying, okay, my movie's playing on Wednesday and come see my movie. So you're not telling anyone to do that, your movie's not playing, it's a script, they can't read it, right? Unless you actually shared it with them or just tell them the story of what that is.
Yeah.
So when you're there, you're talking about something you wrote that got in, but you're not able to, you know what I mean? Like it's not something you can tangibly just show them right then and there. Like you're at a thing like this, you're at a panel and one of the workshops and you're just, meeting people here. but you can't say, oh, go see a movie. So you have to have that stuff ready of talking about what else you have ready. And if you do have that discussion with someone, be ready to share things, because of course they'll say, okay, well, I'd like to see what you have, and they're going to want you to email some stuff, or
Maybe bring like a little thumb drive I can just give to
things like that. Well, you don't want to just share your script out with anyone, because
No,
definitely
not.
like the materials. Well, then just email the stuff would be best. Probably just exchange info and
Yeah, I think
but-
just get their business card or your card or whatever, and then send them like if it's a feature, send them like a 1-page like synopsis of the film or like a general breakdown. And if you can put together a simple lookbook or pitch deck, people really respond to visuals. And if they want to read the script, then you go from there. And you know what I
part
mean?
of it is attending is important, because if you're not there, no one would know anything. Like if you're not at the festival, you got in, you could promote online. Hey, I got into this level. You could post on Instagram or things about, hey, my script made it to my finals. You can talk about it that way and promote it. So it's a promotional tool. But if you're not around everyone to talk about it and meet and say, hey, my script made it here, that's why I'm here, and then there's a filmmaker there, you can connect with that filmmaker. You collaborate with that filmmaker. So there's that connection there of being at the festivals with that pass that those contests give access to.
The Pasadena Film Festival, is it something about them doing a table read of it? Or
Oh, cool.
Nice. Yeah, some festivals do that, yeah.
Amazing.
Do I then invite people to that? Is that like a safe way for people to hear? Or is that, because you said don't give my script to people?
Oh no, I think it depends on the festival.
But I don't know the festival,
Yeah.
if
Depends
it's
on
public
the
or not, I'm
festival
not sure how
and
they
who you're
run.
inviting.
I think I'd ask whoever your contact is at the festival, is this free to the public? Like so that way you can invite a producer that might be interested, or your manager, or someone who might
And
want
they'll tell
to be
you,
your
'cause it
manager.
might be closed off, it might be open to the public where people can come get passes to it, or it's only for pass holders or filmmakers of the festival or writers. I'm not really sure what their process is for that. For theirs, like when we do our pitch stuff, it's generally at the panels. So technically, people can buy passes to attend these, but it's also mainly for badge
Film
holders,
festival
filmmakers,
goers.
writers, the goers of the festival that are there to participate, and also the other writers are participating as well. So within the context of the contest. So it just depends on that. You have to ask
Thank you.
Jessica.
Well, at
over
least
there.
I know what to ask them.
But
I
it's,
don't know what any of this is. so
But those are
thank
great,
you.
because then you have a chance to obviously be in a room like this, and now you're pitching in front of other people. You can see how that room reads it, and also who else is in the room, whether it's other producers, writers, directors. So it's just it's a good experience. It's sort of fun doing it. Yeah. Right? Yep.
Can you share with us, after you've acquired the film, what marketing things are you expecting the filmmakers to deliver to you, so we can prep for it before the film is done?
That's a really good question. Like deliverable
Yeah.
schedule?
For film festivals?
Not just for film festivals, but also for distribution.
Great.
And
Yeah.
since
Yeah.
you worked at
Yeah.
New Line,
Yeah.
like all aspects,
Yeah, all aspects
from
of it.
like a short film to a feature, to something that's you want to be a theatrical release, to like a new media or TV release, like something every filmmaker should have these deliverables.
Yeah, that's such a good and smart question, which like literally I've never heard someone ask.
That's a good point, 'cause there's a baseline of things, but then there's stuff that, of course, if
That
it's your
vary.
level, they're going to
It
provide
depends
or
who
work
you're
on,
distributing
and if
to.
it's-
I mean, like the Netflix schedule of delivery for a feature is very different than like Sky TV in the UK, or different than like a broadcast channel, or different from Leto. So I wonder if there, like a resource could be put together for everyone of like, here are some baseline things to think about, because the variance of your question
Sure,
is
something
like,
we should probably make something together.
I've-
and talk to the
yeah.
doctor. I think it'd be good to share it, because there's.
I've
the baseline
delivered a lot
festivals,
of
right?
movies
So we'll start
and
with
it's-
festivals. I think
yeah.
we'll start. Festivals.
Yeah, festivals are
often will be,
straightforward.
you need your poster, synopsis, runtime, all the information and metadata on the film is always needed. So if you selected a festival, speaking for us, for others as well, most of the time you're going to need. They want your poster, they want your runtime, your synopsis, cast and crew information, social media information, like all those basics of that. Of course,
Captions, ideally.
Captions, if you can, ideally have captions with the film and the film file deliverable. And generally now most festivals are screening on DCP. So you have to have some. It's not going to be here's my Vimeo link, and here you can just do this, or here's a quick time of my film. Those days are kind of not necessarily over per se. There's a lot of festivals that will
They're
still
fading
do
away.
that, but it's less and less and less. And so if you're any sort of midline festival or respectable festival, you're going to need to have that film ready and that file. So they're going to ask for that, and you're going to need to have that and provide
But
that.
I would say that sometimes some festivals, at least in my experience, have been able to say, we recommend going to so-and-so for your DCP.
Yeah.
We have a discount code for that. So you don't necessarily have to be like, I have it ready before I even submit to
Yeah, that's gotta be
festivals. You
made,
can
yeah,
wait
yeah.
and see. Yeah.
So
don't
that's what
spend money on deliverables until
Until
they're
you know what they need.
required. It's very good to budget for them and like have an amount set aside. for shorts, it's so different than a feature. I mean, feature delivery can be
expensive,
extremely expensive.
And the
So
press kits, as a press kit, is good to have, but not necessity. I don't know any festivals require it. Some people ask for stuff, but a lot of times filmmakers will provide press kits. Oh, I have this about my film, information, more background on the characters and different things, or articles and write-ups and things in a nice, clean deck. That's
Great
nice,
to
but that's
have,
not.
like-
That's nice to have, but not required. It's not something you're gonna like not get selected for.
What
But it's
about like,
part of your
like
submission.
agreements? Should all agreements be in place, specifically speaking to music? Because I know that's a big issue,
Yeah.
both for film festivals and, obviously.
yeah, these are very good
Yeah, how
questions.
does the music stuff work online there?
So we can't program on Amaletta. We cannot program your film if there are copyright claims in place. So what we always have is, if there's a copyright claim, we say, if you purchased a license to use this, can you please respond to your contact, have them release the claim saying that this person who's paid for the right to use this for, it could be a certain amount of years, a certain kind of use, they'll release that claim so that there's no longer a block on that film on YouTube. If you did not purchase the rights to that, you have to either go through the process of purchasing the rights to use the song or switch the song out for a royalty-free version, which I highly encourage everyone to sign up for something like Soundstripe. Like, there's lots of really kind of really good quality stuff, or original score. There actually are a lot of composers that are hungry for work out there that will do it for a lower rate.
It's better to
so
have than
that's
not,
definitely better to have. There are some artists that will allow, if you're going to license a song, that will allow a festival use, but not being released online or commercially. So it kind of just depends. Again, I tell everyone to avoid trying to license music as much as possible. My first short film, I did. Took a year to get the rights to the song. It's expensive. For me, it was worth it, but it's not necessarily going to be worth it for everyone. But yes, we do require that that's all kind of signed off on. Film festivals, a lot of them are not going to ask, but you didn't hear it from me. I do encourage people to pay the people correctly, yeah.
Our line of thinking, we for years early on, we were like, oh yeah, we didn't really
People
think
didn't
about
really
this.
ask, yeah.
We
People
were
don't
like,
ask in
we're like,
festivals,
oh
yeah.
yeah, the music part is great. License, we were learning too. I don't know, I was 23. I was like, I don't know what we were doing.
But the licensing
we will screen
companies.
a film, but it cannot monetarily gain anything.
Right.
So if your film plays at our festival, you can't win awards. You can just screen. You can't monetarily, so you can't win a prize that's, hey, the Panavision is giving you this $50,000 camera prize, you win grand prize. You can't win that.
Right.
Your film isn't cleared that way, so you can't monetarily gain from the film. It's just exhibition only. We can show it, and you can show it with that music, and then some say, no, still don't do that. We will. Some festivals won't. So definitely make sure the music's okay and not something that's a really great song you love from, I don't know, U2 or something.
Yeah.
It has to be cleared, and then
it depends on the
it's so
company.
expensive to clear this kind of songs. So.
Yeah, it depends on the company, and it's a long process to even find the right person to talk to at that company.
So
and,
we have a minute or so left. We got to wrap.
We got to wrap.
I was gonna say one last question. Okay, I guess we got to wrap for our next panel. So that was a quick hour. Sorry, that was great, but super fast question, I guess.
Yeah, very fast question. There's a time restriction on the disability film channel in terms of 6 minutes max, and it sounds like based on what
Amaletta.
So it sounds like based on what you're saying from one of the earlier answers to a question that we should be leaning towards 5 or 6 just to get the content of what Amaletta.
Yeah, I mean, if you want us, we're not the only people in town. There's a lot of people that will program your film if it's 4 minutes long. There's tons of different options, but for our channel in particular, yes, we do need to be 6 minutes. So if you're hoping to do both, then hit exactly 6. Yeah.
Cool. Great. Awesome. Well, thanks everyone.
Thank you guys so much.
Bring up and introduce our next
I'm gonna grab I don't have a mic pack, so I'm gonna grab the mic.
Oh, yeah, here.
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna
He's
give you
gonna bring
guys
one.
intro you out.
This one here. You got it?
Of course not.
How about a round of applause for this amazing panel here? Daniel Stoll right here. Long time. I mean, support since the beginning. We're going to change mic packs. But as we're changing those mic packs and moving into our next panel, how amazing was that? Learning so much from everybody. And, as I said, Daniel's been so supportive since the beginning. He was at Lionsgate, part of Hollyshorts, doing everything. And to be able to bring in this talent, just as a precursor to let you guys know too, Hollyshorts Film Festival, this is the 20th anniversary of the festival. I believe you could still submit, but guess what? If you end up winning the challenge, you're automatically going to be in. So that's a pretty amazing thing. And tonight at the Chinese Theater, we are going to be screening a couple films from the challenge. So we have some participants in the room. Can we give a little hello? Come on down here for a second. Just come up here real quick while we're changing mic packs. I want to bring up here a team that came in from Michigan for tonight's screening at the Hollyshorts Film Festival. You'll see their film tonight. Introduce yourselves. Tell us about your film. You may have to cut a little closer here. And then as soon as you guys are ready.
Wrote Say What, screening tonight at Hollyshorts Chinese Theater.
And we were together, too, in Indianapolis for the Heartland Film Festival. Again, another festival that screens our finalists and the winning films. So thank you so much. We can't wait to see you tonight. Now, come on down. Thanks for coming out. They came all the way out from Michigan for this screening tonight and to be here to learn, and they're taking part in the challenge. Now, we just went through an amazing panel about marketing, about distribution, learning from co-founder of Hollyshorts, Daniel Soul, and his amazing panel. Well, we're about to bring up the other co-founder of Hollyshorts, Theo Demont. Come on down. Theo has been so supportive with Daniel since the beginning of the film challenge in having all of our winning films screened. On top of being the co-founder of Hollyshorts Film Festival, Theo also happens to be a big publicist. He represents a legend in Spike Lee amongst all other amazing talent, and he's going to bring on other publicists and people that work in PR. So I'm going to pass it over to Theo and have him introduce the panel. Then right after this, we're going into a live stream Zoom that's going to have unbelievable influencers with disabilities giving us advice from their side on how they're able to share the disability community and engage and get people for our awareness campaign. And then it's lunch. So we'll see you in a little bit.
So much, Nick. Thank you, Easterseals Disability Challenge. Thank you, AF5, for having us. As Nick said, I am Theo Demont, the co-founder of the Hollyshorts Film Festival. You may know we're in our 20th year. Shout out to you guys because we've got some films playing tonight. Some people from Michigan, that's amazing. I'm also the co-founder of Alta Global Media, and that's a marketing, PR, and management company where we also produce with our clients. So I'm still doing a lot of campaigns, still work with people like Spike Lee and amazing directors and showrunners, and so we're very knee deep in film campaigns and representing people right now. But tonight we've got two great panelists coming here, and they're going to talk about their experiences. And that's Frederick Pike from Cultivate IP Group. Yep, and Brenda Ciccone. She's SVP of Corporate Communications at Universal Studio Group. So give them a warm welcome. So I think the way we will run this session is we're going to talk about the macro perspective, some of the amazing campaigns that we've been a part of and that we've seen in the industry. And then also we're going to get into the nuts and bolts, a little bit granular, some best practices where we know we have April 13th timelines. So what can you do to get the word out about your films? But first, let's describe ourselves and our career. Brenda, you go first, and Fred.
Sure. Hi, Brenda Ciccone. I am currently at the Universal Studio Group handling corporate communications. There's 4 TV studios under that one umbrella. Before that, I was at Paramount handling home entertainment and TV licensing, so we worked across all the TV films there. And then before that, Fred and I worked together at a PR agency, and we had tons of different clients ranging from Fox to AFI. So that's my brief background. That's where I come from. I'll turn it over to Fred.
Hi, I'm Fred Paik. I am the founder and owner of Cultivate IP Group. It's a PR firm that also does production and also develops for TV and film. Brenda's the big cheese here. We used to work together actually many years, and so my background does include a lot of film PR for a lot of bigger studios, Paramount, 20th Century Fox, Universal, and then also some of the TV side. And we also did work on the AFI 100 Years campaign for many years as well. Arnold Schwarzenegger was on the cover when we worked on it. So, but yeah, so I mean, congratulations to you all. I know you guys are great emerging filmmakers, so we're here as a resource, and we're really happy to be here.
Yeah, I think I'd like to add, so, you know, between us, we've worked at, still work at studios. We worked at studios, work with studios. We've worked on, there's film experience, there's series experience, there's short film experience as well, so we'll get into that. I guess maybe we should start with, what are some of the most coolest and unique kind of campaigns that you guys have worked on and been a part of?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think of something that might be kind of useful for you guys in terms of scale, and a film that we both worked on at Paramount was Paranormal Activity, and that was probably one of the best films that ever kind of jump-started a lot of word of mouth, social media campaigns. It was Oren Pelly who made the film. He made it for $15,000. He used 2 actors he found off Craigslist. Made $194 million, I think, so he's still cashing checks. But I mean, we worked with those guys. They were great, but from a granular level, you know, they used a lot of social media in the beginning, word of mouth. They used a lot of audience reaction from that found footage genre, and then the studio itself did a great marketing campaign by showing a lot of the crazy reactions from the theater goers. And also, I think one of the campaigns was, do you want the Paranormal Activity to show in your city? So they started rolling it out to different markets, and people would be like, yeah, we want it in our market. And that was like, it was amazing.
Demanding it.
Yeah, they were demanding it to come in.
Yeah, it was a great campaign to really kind of generate that buzz around it. It's like, okay, it's not coming to your town unless we get enough people who want to come out and see it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that franchise, they did 3 or 4 of those, and you know, one of the main co-lead, Katie, was cast, I think, in the first 2 or 3, but he just swapped out the cast, and you know, it was just really about the story and the genre, and he just kept recasting. It was very low budget in terms of their production budget, but they did a great job. People know that franchise really well.
One thing too with a film like that, you know, it's definitely easy to get coverage when you've got Ryan Gosling, right? It's like, how hard is that campaign? It's like, oh, do you want to talk to Ryan Gosling? So when you have a film with, you know, some unknown actors and things like that, it can definitely be a little bit more challenging. And so even like for the home entertainment campaign for that, we launched a promotion where you could win the world premiere at your house, you know, and so again, we brought the actors out, we brought out a red carpet to somebody's home, and really, you know, generated some buzz that way. So, you know, really thinking about your films and what makes them unique and what you have to work with is important.
I think that's so important, because it doesn't matter the scale of the budget, the size of the budget. So there's a through line between the independents and the smaller projects and the big expensive ones. You have to be creative. You have to find your audience. You got to know your film, and then you got to be a little bit crafty. I mean, you know, we saw Barbie and how fascinating that rollout was and campaign was. I mean, just for instance, yeah, there's still power of festivals too. I think the previous panel was talking about how important the festivals are and the dates. Almost kind of like using the machine. What kind of assets do you have? Like, for instance, we work with Tom Holkenberg. He's a composer, right? But he's done, he did Rebel Moon right now, and now he's on Mad Max Furiosa. That studio, giant studio, they're using the Cannes Film Festival as the special screening. Their release date is just a few weeks after, but they're still going to Cannes. They're going to do the red carpet, and they're going to maximize that to get the worldwide publicity. You know, and so I'm not saying you need to be that, but you know, you have Hollyshorts as a festival, as a partner. We're at the Chinese Theater, or we're in Hollywood Boulevard. You can use that as leverage, you know. Anyhow, so I guess as a question is, what's the most effective? What do these guys need to do when preparing for the release? Meaning, like, how buttoned should the campaign be? Like, what kind of assets would you advise that they put together when they're ready to start promoting?
I mean, I think you're definitely going to need a digital press kit or an EPK. So those elements generally are, and you guys probably know this, film clips, trailer. You want to be able to have a background of the film in terms of cast, bios, production notes, if there's anything kind of specific that is compelling. Images, obviously. I would say it's worth putting together a website. You know, people, the first thing you're going to do if you told me about your film, I'd be like, I would Google it, you know, and I would try to see, like, is there a presence? And I think even if it's your first film or if your 10th film, you want to look buttoned up, right? Like, people want to say, like, hey, this is a really tight, well-run production, and that the product is good, right? And that's going to help get people on board to want to work with you, support you. And so I would just say, like, make sure you can, and it's easy to find. You can Google that and say, like, hey, what's a press kit or what's an EPK, and that will, you can easily see examples. I would create that ahead of time before you even, elements of that before you even go out to, if you're going to even bring a PR person on board, so that they know you have a clear understanding in terms of, like, assets they're going to need. It makes their job easier. And then once they screen your film, you can start talking a little bit nuts and bolts about strategy and kind of like what are the compelling points. And that's the thing too, is also, you know, as the filmmaker, you're going to know exactly what were the most interesting points about your story. Why is it compelling? Why should someone care to see this when there's a glut of short films and feature films out there, right? And so really be able to say, like, hey, these are the 5 points I think are compelling to someone to want to review it, watch it, promote it, right? And I think those are the most important elements.
Yeah, definitely. You know, even something as simple as, like, the tagline, you know, is it something catchy where if I'm talking, you know, to Fred about your project, I'm easily, you know, able to tell him what it's about. You know, just something as simple as that, and that helps with your pitch. The other thing too, I'd be careful about what you're sharing in advance. If you're going to a PR agency and you're figuring out how to roll out, you know, your campaign, don't put all your clips online yet. Don't put all your images. You know, think about what can I, you know, dole out to press. A lot of times I think on the publicity side, you know what you want. You want them to promote your film. You want people to get attention, but you need to be giving something in return, right? So for the press outlets, it's like, what can I give you? Can I give you exclusive access, you know, to the set? Can I give you an interview? Can I give you a clip? What can I give you to help make your jobs easier? And then obviously you get the benefit from that too.
Yeah, and I was going to mention BTS is great stuff. So if you're, you know, we live in a world now where an iPhone can capture stuff that you've shot yourself, and just kind of comb through that and see, are there useful things that people might find really cool, depending on, you know, like if it's a genre type film that uses, it's horror, sci-fi, has cool tech or ways that you created a certain look or a certain scene. Again, if it's something outtakes, but things that kind of, you know, help tell that back end story are definitely useful, and that the press or media will want to kind of like hone in on beyond just regular clips as well.
Brenda, let's talk timeline real quick. So you have, you know, your distribution arm, and they're ready to put the title out, right? Okay. And so, you know, these guys, they may sell it to a distributor, or they may have a marquee festival. So, like, what's the timeline like when you're going to market to promote the asset, the film, right? Mm-hmm. When is the best time to approach, like, the trades or the newspapers and the magazines where you want your coverage?
You know, it definitely depends on their deadlines. So if you're going out to magazines, you know, a lot of their deadlines are 3-4 months out. So you need to get ahead of that. But more so now, things are much closer to release date than they ever were before. So you want that coverage hitting close to your release date. So it's like, it's available now. Like if I'm reading about it, it's like, oh, where can I watch it? And it's like, nowhere, you know? So then you're like, oh, I might forget about it, right? But if I can add it to my watch list, or if I can, you know, somehow buy an advance ticket. So you want it really close to that release date. The trades, I mean, their timelines are, you know, hours, where it's like, we want to run with this right now. So you really do want to map out how you're approaching it. And even with the long leads, even though their timelines are 3 to 4 months out, you want that to hit at the time of your release, right? So it's like, if I'm releasing in June, I want that June issue. I just need to prepare for it earlier.
So important, so important. Also, it's like, it's not just doing press. That's the other thing that we're stressing is, it's not, we don't just do PR for the just sake of doing PR. There has to be we're driving some action, right? And so if it's closer to the release, I want to know how to find it, when to find it, where to see it. And if it's not, there's no way to measure that result, you know. So I think that's really important. I think we got an early question. So, yeah.
When you're doing like the big features, you know, and I hesitate to use the examples of like Barbie and Oppenheimer and all of that press they did, do you think feature films should have locked up all that stuff like the website and while they're in the development process for the film, or then they sharing too much information? I mean, while they're out getting distribution or raising funding for the feature, should they have that stuff?
I mean,
for the live stream.
Oh,
So
sorry.
We could hear you.
No, do I have to repeat that?
Okay.
I mean, I think if it's like a big film, like a feature, like an Oppenheimer, Barbie, they're years out. They've kind of got a plan in place of when they're going to launch it, when they're going to release a trailer. If it's something that I think is smaller scale on the indie side, as you're going in production, I think it is a good idea to get a footprint in terms of a website. You know, social media plays a huge part, and create that and start building that up as you get closer to like a release date, or whether you're going into a festival, or you know, something like this where you guys are going to have opportunity to maybe go to Hollyshorts, right? The festival, like, you know, the date is August, right? Now's the time you start mapping that stuff out, right? You start building out your social media, you start building out the website. You want to have a presence. Like, we live in a world now where everything is instant. Like, you tell me about something, I'm like, if I can't find it right now, then I'm like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about, and then I'm on to the next thing, right? And it's really important, I think, to kind of like, you can map that out. Like, you know your project. It takes a little bit of, you know, elbow grease to get it going, but I think also, anytime you have something you can point someone to, it's much easier. It's also easier for your production team as well to say like, hey, we have this, and this is where we want everybody to kind of help promote. So I think it's, when I'm talking a lot, I'm just saying like, yeah, you can get it done now, and you can always obviously change those elements as you get closer towards release, right? I mean, your website may not be the same as it is in 3 months, because now you have more your assets that are polished and ready to go, but there is still at least something there for people to go to.
And then do you feel like you have to rein in the filmmakers in terms of how much they're sharing about the film in advance, like parts of the story?
Yes.
Can you go into a little bit of what maybe people shouldn't?
I mean, we have, you know, at the studio, when we're in production, first of all, you want to collect your assets along the way, right? You want some great images from the set. You want to collect some of those sound bites. And even if you're collecting like, oh, it's super cash and we got it on my phone, I'm not putting it out yet. You know, I'm not going live from the set necessarily, right? I'm collecting those assets so I'm ready, so it's part of the overall campaign. And you want to get the actors and the filmmakers on the same page of knowing, here's our strategy for how we're going to roll out these assets. So we have a deal where it's like, we ask the actors, there's an agreement where it's like, you're not going to post until you get the green light from us. Because we don't want to have, you know, there might be, you know, some reveals that we are not sharing yet. There might be some angles that we're sitting here and formulating that we just don't want to share quite yet. But, you know, it's everybody from the makeup artist capturing a photo to, you know, so everybody's involved, and their whole goal is to help it, you know, promote the release when the time is right. So definitely getting them on the same page with that timeline is important.
This is,
right?
Give me 1 second. This is really important. I have to just reiterate your point.
Yeah.
That's just critical, right? This is the thing. We wear a few hats, right? We're festivals, we're filmmakers as well, right? And so we make shorts, we make features, and we also promote them for people. And so I think that's important, right? Every festival person should make movies so they feel what they're watching. So they're, you know, but a lot of times after we make the films, it's such a journey just to make them. The PR and marketing side it feels daunting, but you almost have to give it a fresh breath, and so that's why you work with experts like this, or you get a consultant to help you with that side, because it's just as vital. And just like I think I saw Asteroid City, right? So the director made their color scheme was extremely beautiful, and it was super challenging because they shot in the desert, right? So the DP met with the director early in the process to kind of talk about, all right, this is the vision I want, this is the plan I want, and this is how we're going to execute it. I think we have to take the same approach to PR. There should be a meeting, you know, early on in the process that says, okay, after we wrap, this is what we're going to do. And then, you know, just like Brenda's saying, it's like, okay, here's the guidelines. We're going to want people to post special things, and then this is the kind of schedule where we'll have them. We have a client right now. He's delivered a beautiful film, but no one's on the same page as far as cast posting stuff, and it's like, wow, that should be coordinated. Anyhow, so kind of just
you're all rowing the boat in the same direction. The whole goal is to, for everybody to get as much attention and get, support your release. It's really important. Yeah.
Question?
I have a sort of a two-part question.
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about how you guys work with a personal publicist and and also your marketing campaign? So let's say, again, the film is done and the filmmakers, the distribution is picked up through one of your channels, and the filmmaker says, well, I have a personal publicist. So how do you work with them? And also, can you talk a little bit about, and this is for like the big budgeted feature, about what that marketing campaign looks like? Because we were talking about Barbie, and the one thing I noticed from Barbie is they started publicity even when they were shooting it. You'd hear stuff on like, Entertainment Tonight or some of the other shows. Anyway, that's
definitely. I forgot the first part.
Personal PRs.
Personal publicists.
How do you work with them within
Very
the campaign?
closely. So they're being paid by the actor, or every now and then the studio is supporting them as well. But most of the time they're being paid by the actor. And again, their goal is to get as much attention for their client as possible. So we work hand in hand with them and say, here's what we'd like to do. If it's big talent, can be a little more challenging where they don't want to do too many things. So you really have to say, where am I going to get the biggest bang for my buck for this opportunity? Can I get them on Fallon? Is that the big moment for us? Or what are those key, opportunities that they're willing to do? Sometimes, again, it depends on the stage of the campaign. They might be on to the next project, so they're not available for you. So again, that's where you want to capture some sound bites that you're able to use, maybe some on-set interviews. So while they're there, they can bank those interviews and use them at a later date. That's a good thing to do. Sometimes, you need a little incentive. So one time we were working on Jackass, and it was going to be released during the Super Bowl. And so we were like, hey, Johnny, would you like to go to the Super Bowl? And so it was like, it's in New York. We're going to be able to do all this press, and then there's a benefit to it, right? So looking at ways where it's like, I'm working with them, but what's going to make this appealing? Like, a lot of talent do so many interviews. It can really be exhausting. And, you don't want them oversaturating. But so it is looking for those opportunities and definitely working closely with their publicists and seeing how you can do something that's mutually beneficial.
So is that marketing campaign, does it come from the studio side? Like, for example, does Universal say, okay, we bought your film, this is how we'd like to roll it out?
The studio controls.
Okay.
The studio will control it. So that's why, if you're the filmmaker or you're the talent, you have your own publicist, you kind of have to play, there's a little bit of playing nice, and it comes down to also, if you're the star of a big budget film, that person publicist can kind of say, hey, he will do this, he won't or will. Where if it's something where it's a little bit more on the even playing field, then it's kind of like the studio can push back a little more and say, hey, or he's a B player, and they go, no, we don't want to do that with this person because we don't see the benefit for it. So it's always, I'm telling you now, it's with personal publicists, they can be great or they can be terrible too, just like everything else in production. And so it's about what we used to do, and we were challenged quite a bit because in the home entertainment cycle, the stars have already done theatrical, man. They've moved on to the next thing. So a lot of times you wouldn't get the stars. But this is where we saw a lot of successes. We would go through, all right, who else is in a supporting role or someone that we know is really they're about to come on the scene. And those people were like gold because they knew that they had a great film. They want to promote it. They didn't get to do it during theatrical, and they were always available to do like really great stuff. And those people were always people that were like going to break soon, and you could see it. And a lot of times it was comedic talent. Like I love working with comedians because they're easy to work with. They just want to get stuff done. A lot of times they're touring too, so they need that PR as well. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just a matter of leverage every point. Like we would also text people behind the scenes, people that are creating special effects, visual effects. We would do great stuff with that. And if you're a film lover in terms of press, you don't necessarily need the talent. Like you want people to have great access or have done great things within the film.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that's nice now too, is that you can do virtual satellite media tours, right? Where now they can just be sitting in their living room and you can set it up where it's basically a Zoom recording. So you make it super easy for people, and it is more cost effective that way too. But to Fred's point, do you have a great costume designer that you worked with who has some interesting things that she's done or he's done, and looking at, what are your musician, there's an interesting angle here and that works nicely, for this outlet. So what are those different areas you can explore? But to your point, as far as the marketing campaigns, some of that, I was remembering the Barbie campaign when it first launched, there was all that heat about, oh my gosh, I can't believe you have Ryan and that photo. Some of that was leaked and not on purpose, and they had to kind of counteract some of that. And remember in the beginning, people were like, oh, I can't believe Ryan Gosling is Ken, and now everyone's like, oh, Ryan Gosling's Ken, so I think that there's, some of that, but, some of these really big budget films that they're rolling out globally, it's a very different cadence for the campaigns, and it can be much longer. They also have more budget, right? So if you have a smaller budget, you're really focused tightly on that release date window.
Let's talk about paid ads and marketing, boosting social. Right, I know Fred's a big believer in that. It works, right?
Yeah.
When should we do that? When should we pay for ads and
I think in terms of paid social, there is a benefit to it. And I would definitely run them on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok now is somewhat useful. I think with your social, you should probably pick one platform that you're willing to put time into and kind of really grow that. Instagram seems to be a lot of people time Instagram. Instagram's, obviously you can go run ads through Facebook as well. TikTok is kind of like the rage, but the two differences, if you're using a TikTok account, you have to feed the beast constantly. If you do not post multiple times within a day or week, you will start to get penalized, where the Instagram algorithm's a little bit different. It's a little more controlled. You can roll things out maybe every other day or 3 times a week, and it makes it a little more manageable. I've done ad campaigns on both. The Instagram ones can be effective. I would say if you have a trailer release, it's probably good to kind of push that and promote the trailer release. Make sure when you're doing the release, when you're pushing any kind of content out, you tag people on your team that want to help promote it, right? Because that'll also help get it going. And then if you put a few dollars behind it, it'll help grow it and help kind of spider web it out. I wouldn't put anything out, beyond if you put the trailer or you put a few clips, without there being a destination to see it though, right? So if you know that you're going to have a date in August in Hollyshorts, now you have that date and kind of back it up from there, and you kind of build your spend out from there, and just spend a few dollars. You can do a few dollars a week, right? And you just kind of
literally,
a few dollars. You can do you can do I think as low as $5 a day on him. But you want to do these little bursts. I think it's effective. It will help you. And again, it's you don't have to do big budget, but I would always do it because everything on social is instant as well. When you have a date in mind that you want either people to go see it, or it benefits you in them viewing that content to help grow the account or grow your project.
I have another question for Brenda. So what would you say the difference is between a regular rollout campaign for visibility on a film and an awards strategy and an awards campaign rollout? What's the difference?
That's a good, hard question. It depends. Look at Oppenheimer, for instance, right? I mean, that was both. So I think that there's, elements where the awards strategies are definitely a little bit more challenging as far as getting the guild screenings and, really ensuring that the voting members are exposed to your film, invested in your film, that type of thing. Whereas, the main theatrical rollouts are just a much broader audience where you're really just trying to capture as much support as possible. So, but the awards campaigns are, targeted again, specific voting windows. You got to make sure that you've got all of the guilds, support and that timing with them.
And there's specialists that just do awards
there
as
are,
well, right?
And I am not that
at that
person.
time of the season, right. So it's good for you
tough.
to know that there's
and
two
there's so many
different things.
rules too. That's the challenge.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So as we crew up, thank you. As we crew up for the making of our films, as you know, everything has to be donated. Is there a possibility of reaching out to people in your industry to donate their time to help us promote our films for the film festival? Because we're so vested in getting the film made. There's also this other side of it of getting it seen. And I know that some of us reach out to SAG members and other industries, and I'm wondering if there's an inroad or a possibility that someone in your industry that would be willing to help us after the film is made that next week, getting it in front of people to watch.
That's a good question. And I know at NBC, we have a company called NBC Launch, a division, and they do help filmmakers as far as exploring opportunities for filmmakers. I think one of the challenges would be that it's not an NBC project, and so for us to promote a different project could be a little bit challenging as a company, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there wouldn't be people who would want to volunteer their time. Okay. And one thing, as I was thinking about this today, it's also really good. We work with a company called Littleton Productions, and they are really, so they have Dr. Death as one of their series, and they are so good about looking at like what that messaging is. And so in the beginning, when they're starting their production, they're thinking about what's the goal of this, and they have, for that one specifically, they aligned with a charity that works with patient advocacy. And so from the beginning, you have people invested in your project and how can I help them along the way, and whether that's screening or supporting in different ways. I think that's an important thing to think about. What your project is, who can you get involved and invested early, I think is really helpful.
Would it be, are there people that we can just reach out to individually if we find, an individual who does this? Would it be okay for us to say, hey, this is who we are, this is what we're doing, and I'm wondering if you'd be interested in helping me promote my film? Again, like I said, that it's all about crewing up, and I personally haven't thought about the other side of this until this wonderful workshop about reaching out and seeing if someone could assist me on the other side.
I'd like to
chime in.
So listen, it's just kind of like our business, right? Our industry. I think there's maybe on the feature film side, on the independent side, there's maybe 20 to 25 production companies that are really making high-level feature films in the United States, right? And then I think it's a similar thing on the publicity side. There's, you get the A-list kind of PR agencies, the outside firms that also, there's different ones, right? They handle personal publicity, but some of them handle film publicity, and then they work with producers, right? And then you have another 10, this is probably like 30 or 40 of them, so it's almost like a numbers game. Some of them specialize in documentaries as well. Some of them, like David Magdale and Associates, is wonderful, and they represented Ben Proudfoot on his run, right? And they won the short film. So I guess to say that there's many of them, some good, some bad, like Fred said. Some of them may be willing to take on a pro bono to help and amplify and get the word out, and then some of them may offer a discounted fee. But most of them, to stay in business, they charge a publicity fee normally with a certain amount of months tied to the campaign. So I would say you don't get if you don't ask. So I would also look at some of the titles that are maybe comparable to yours, and maybe do some research and say,
I think that's the big thing is look at titles that may have come out in the last couple of years that are comparable to your project, and then usually you can find a PR or publicity contact and then reach out from there. But it's a business, so again, it's like, if you have your hand out, you may not get it, but it's worth asking. But I think it's worth showing that you know who you're going out to, that like, hey, like I know you worked on this project, this might be something that would be in line of why you may want to promote it. If you just go out like going, oh yeah, I just saw you, would you want to promote film? It'll be like, I don't know, like, maybe not, maybe. But I think it's like coming in, like again, think about all the time you put into writing, producing, executing your film. PR, a lot of times people go, well, I need PR now. It's like, it's not instant oats. It's actually a giant pain in the ass. So it really is, oh my God. So that amount of time is like, if you're going to someone, you're going, hey, I got a giant pain in the ass for you. And they're like, okay. I mean, that's the way I look at it. There's the other, you got to think about their perspective as well. So, again, you want to humanize it. Like, give me a reason why I should care about your film. Like, what's the reasoning by it? Like, why should I want to help you? And, that's a human level thing. But I think, like, look, you guys are in a program this is underserved community, right? There's a lot of great creatives here. You guys have great stories that you want to tell. Lean on that, and then kind of see, like, are there also organizations that may want to say, hey, we like people that are storytellers within the community. Like, how do we support that? Maybe they come together and go, hey, you know what, we'd be willing to support a PR firm to come on and work with the winning project or the top 5 projects. That makes it more manageable. And then it goes, oh, I see now. And now we're connecting it because our organization is helping the right people. We're working with a solid company. And that's the plan. That's what you guys got to do.
Yeah.
But no, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's what is, I think, a great way to execute it then, right? Like someone goes, okay, I can see that. But it's like, yeah, do the research. You got to do the research. And I think it's like, again, it's like, because you guys are looking probably at the film festival side of things, film festival side, PR, especially for the shorts and indie side, is pretty competitive. So I think you got to be also honest and say, like, is my project a really strong project that someone's going to be like, hey, this is a compelling project I'm going to work on, and then go from there. But like, it's again, it's like that elbow grease, man. If you want to make it work, you got to put the time in yourself on that side. And so if you haven't now, I would do that research. Just look at like films that really resonate with you, that are a little bit similar maybe, and then just go and just start doing the research there. That's why I love Google. You can find everything.
Google's great.
Google's great.
But I think that's such a solid point. Even just generating publicity, it's like, I want you to cover my film. It's like, well, why should I? There's so many out there. So you need to, like, what is that angle? What is that interesting thing? Here, to your point, this is an underserved community. This is an opportunity for us to get this awareness. And, you know, what are those things, whether it's organizations or people, you know, give them assets. You know, your crew as your, you know, your first influencers, right? I mean, you've got this crew that you're working with or invested in your project. Give them something to promote. Here's the, and make it easy for them to sit here and go, here's your post, here's, you know, again, our timing, but, you know, here's some assets that is going to make this easy for all of you to help support this project that you're part of.
Question here, and probably time for one more.
This question is an overview of this whole industry. We all come into it with an idealized vision of do great work and it will get seen. But after 30 years of being in it, it feels to me like the truth is it's all about the marketing. Like, because you see films have enormous box office and win awards everywhere, and then you go see the film and you're like, what? And then other films are fantastic and got no attention, and it does seem like it comes down to the marketing and the marketing budget. Do you see that as, or do you agree with that, or is it?
I don't entirely agree with that, because there are some really big budget films out there that you're like, huh, you know, that we've done PR for, that you're like, oof, this is gonna be tough, you know, what's our angle, you know, it's not gonna be well reviewed, what are we gonna do with this? So you need both, you know, you need, you know, first of all, you're right. Like if you make a great film and there's no platform for it, you know, it's that tree in the forest, right? So you do need, you know, some support. And then there's other things too. We've had projects that are on Netflix that they don't put the machine behind, and so nobody knows that they're there. So, you know, you do need to do some of that legwork to support it. But it's kind of a combination. It's some luck for sure. It's, you know, having a platform, but it's really out there promoting your work and getting it to the right audience. And, you know, another thing too is when you're pitching, you do want to make sure that you're pitching the right person with the right story angle. You know, you're not going to Wired with costume design, or, you know what I mean, unless it's some really cool tech costume design. So it's thinking about what your targets are and, you know, getting that machine going. But, you know, between the influencers, the, you know, social exposure to mainstream press, you do need to fire on all those cylinders. But and it's not just budget.
So when you talk about paranormal activity,
yeah,
didn't they do it from a grassroots groundswell?
That was very
first?
grassroots. I mean, that was, you know, they did a limited run with that film, and then once they saw that the reaction from the people that are watching it, because it's something that I think most people hadn't seen before in terms of that found footage type of genre. The studio then kind of put its weight behind it. But I mean, there was, you know, that initial rollout was just kind of like, I don't think they expected much.
It was a slow roll.
They didn't expect much. They didn't expect much. I mean, the movie was made for peanuts. You know, this was an unknown filmmaker, unknown talent, but they actually saw, obviously, it was a good genre in terms of that horror found footage genre. But like, once it started taking off, then they really started putting that, they had that campaign built about, you know, keying in on the people that are watching it and viewing it. And so, I mean, I think, again, there's value in knowing who your audience is as well. Who did you make this film for? I mean, film is for everybody, but let's be honest, like, you know, I'm more of a meat potatoes guy than a romance film guy, you know, I think it's pretty clear. So, I mean, you know what I mean, the genre is also going to be important, who's going to view it, you know. But I mean, I would say, because we're dealing with a short film for you guys, is really think about like what you guys can control, utilize the social, utilize your cast and crew, really get it out there. And then you want to look back on it and say, this is likely not your last project, right? It's your first or your second or third, and what do you want to look back in a year and say like, hey, I made this movie. Is there a presence where people can look it up and say, oh, like this movie had a presence that had, you know, I see that a site, I saw a couple clippings, I saw a little bit, you know, quotes are really great. So that's another thing too, is if there's someone that you know from a personal standpoint or professional that you can research out, that if they give a quote for that film, that can help you quite a bit too as well. Because those people, there's certain film critics that have a significant following, people online as well now. So like that's one of the things that we used to do is we go out to a certain number of critics and say, hey, like we'd love to use a quote. And a lot of times they want to because it helps them as well as film professional. But again, that can be from someone that's significant following within the community, industry, you know, whatever your film is based on. That's helpful as well.
We're out of time.
Oh,
sorry. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Easterseals.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Congratulations on your project.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was incredible. So much great advice, feedback, and it is all about, you know, following all that great advice and bringing that into your films, because our awareness campaign is coming up. Who's excited about that? It's one thing to make a film, but it is another thing to have people see your film, because that is ultimately what leads to jobs. That is the goal of what this film challenge is. It isn't just about making films, but it is about the industry seeing these films, and it has led to jobs year after year. The Casting Society of America, they share all the films collectively every year. At Hollyshorts, we have a panel every year in partnership with the CSA, where the biggest casting directors in the world come give advice. It's an opportunity. We're about to hear in a couple minutes from some incredible disabled writers, actors, influencers, people that know social media. They're just smart people, honestly, that have gotten themselves out there, their work out there. They're all going to be tuning in. And then we're going to take this via, a virtual feed. But after that, we're going to eat lunch. And then we're going to hear from people that work in representing your projects and you as artists. And that is going to be a keynote conversation with an amazing person. And then we're going to wrap it up with one last panel about development executives. So I'm very excited about that. I'm going to wait. It'll take us a minute to get our panelists in. But how's everybody feeling? Anybody have questions for me or just in general? I know there's a lot of feedback and a lot of ideas. A lot of this, again, is going to be available on our YouTube eventually. That is a great question. So the question is, what is the awareness campaign? So the challenge itself is making a film from April 2nd to April 7th. The genre this year is buddy comedy. The full assignment, including props that need to be incorporated, locations that need to be incorporated, themes that need to be incorporated, will be announced and released at the start of the challenge on Tuesday, April 2nd. The films are all due into our Film Freeway account so we can download them. We need to be able to download your films. You're going to hear me say this 100 times. You're going to see so many emails about make sure your films are downloadable. Guess what? In the middle of the night, we're going to be panic calling some people that will not have their films downloadable. So I'll say it one more time. Make sure your film is downloadable. And with that being said, look at this. The amazing Anna Packman is here with us. Anna, I want to give you an intro here in a second, and we're going to have a couple other amazing panelists join us. But Anna, first of all, hello, and thank you for joining us from New York City. You're at AFI right now, the best film school in the world. It is the highest rated film school in the world, so thank you again so much. And as she's connecting to audio, I want to answer this question. about what is the awareness campaign. So again, the film challenge, making a film April 2nd to April 7th. Then that following week, we take every film. We put them on our YouTube page. We put them on our Instagram page, our Facebook page. We have all of our films professionally captioned. And then we start our awareness campaign when all those films go live on Saturday, April 13th. Now, you will then have until the following Monday to get as many likes, views, and shares for your films. So the goal of the awareness campaign is to do just that, to get awareness for your film, but ultimately this becomes a grassroots effort. This is how people have been hired from TV shows, where all of a sudden there's 1,000 retweets on a film, and some actor that lives in Los Angeles, lives in New York, lives in Iowa, gets discovered, and all of a sudden ends up in a TV show or a movie or a multi-year recurring role in another country, which has happened directly from this awareness campaign. Second question, a follow-up from you, and then a question from you in the back, Andrea, and then we'll get to Anna. And it's okay if this panel goes back a little bit. We'll have a little bit of time. So, what was your second part of the question? Yeah. Oh, that was your question. But
for the awareness campaign, also you have to go back to the Easterseals website, right? That's part of it.
So the second question is how does this work for the awareness campaign? So again, it's getting as many likes, views, and shares for your film. Your film will be posted on our channels, our YouTube channel. So at the Disability Film Challenge, there will be a unique URL. There will be a unique URL on our @Disability Film Challenge Instagram, our @Disability Film Challenge Facebook page. Those videos are what you will want to share. Now, how you share it, how you get people to share, how you do things ahead of time is all up to you on how you do that. So I'm going to kick it over to Andrea, who is also an amazing person who knows marketing, who knows PR. She is a brand strategist, and she also has an amazing talk show that she just launched. So how about we give a round of applause for her launching a talk show. And then the CFA team, you give me whenever we're ready, and I'm going to intro. We're ready. Okay. One more question, and then we're going to turn it over to you, Anna, and thank you for being patient. Look at that Brooklyn Bridge right there.
Hi, Anna. I don't think it's
so. We got a question from Andrea.
So yeah, my question is, yes, thank you so much for having this, Nick, and everyone involved, because even actors right now need to know how to brand themselves. Anybody in entertainment needs to know these the basics of marketing and branding. It's really important. But my question is a little different. Genre and theme. You're going to let us know what the theme is what next week, right? Can you briefly describe what the difference between the two is?
Great question. I'm going to answer this question, and then Anna, I'm going to kick it over to you, and you will be, talking and with our panelists. So the question is, when will the full assignment be released? The answer is Tuesday. We will send an email to every registered participant. So make sure your email address that is in Film Freeway is the correct email address. Don't give a fake email, because guess what? You're not going to get the assignment. And that assignment will include the genre, which is buddy comedy, and then subgenres. I don't want to, go too far in the weeds on what that is, because I'm going to end up giving away the assignment. But if you look at our past assignment, if you go to disabilityfilmchallenge.com, you hit the challenge tab, it'll show you past challenges. You'll be able to see what the 10 last assignments were, including previous locations, previous sub-themes. So that'll give you a good idea. And thank you again for sort of piggybacking on how important it is to brand ourselves. Now, speaking about branding ourselves and marketing and PR, we have the fabulous Anna Packman here with us. Anna, are you live? Yes, we hear you. Can everyone hear? Okay, hang on a sec. We're doing a little bit of audio tweaks. Can you speak again? Hang on one second. But as we're, tweaking your audio, I would also like to talk about how amazing you are a little bit. So Anna is, I consider her kind of like the mayor of New York. She knows everybody. She's connected. I believe you work for the New York City office of, I Heart New York, right? Campaign. Everything about it. You see how I did that?
That's exactly what it's called now. It's close enough. So I work for New York State, and I love New York as part of my portfolio. So please come visit us.
So I wasn't 100% wrong. And is the audio, we're still, I think it's good now, and we appreciate you, and also the live stream audience. I also am just very loud, so sometimes I kind of, I'm too loud usually. People are like, tone it down. But that's part of what it is. But I'll tell you, it's not easy being married to me. All right, anyways, no, I appreciate you guys. But Anna is such an incredible person, a creative. She has an MBA. She is a businesswoman. She is an executive who's worked on all kinds of incredible campaigns, on all kinds of TV shows, helped in many ways create an opportunity for Ali Stroker, which hopefully you'll be able to talk about. But before I kick it over to you as our moderator, I also want to give a huge congratulations to you for all the great work you've done for your awareness campaigns every year, including winning the best awareness campaign with the film called Social Fitness that screened at Hollyshorts, and it won a couple years ago. And you're always in the running every year. And so you're going to give us advice. You're going to talk to other incredible panelists that we are, I believe, are in, or not yet. So we are going to just talk to you to start, and I want to hear a little bit more about your story, and we're going to spotlight those other participants as they come in. And look at that, I Heart New York. You see? I didn't even see it. I knew it, that's what you were. And you are the heart of New York on the Brooklyn Bridge. So I'm turning it over. How about we give a round of applause in the room to Anna Packman?
Thank you. Nick, I should hire you to be my publicist. That was incredible. So let me just give a quick visual description for anyone who needs one. I look like a mix of Natalie Portman and Adriana Lima. For anyone who doesn't need one, please do not tell them that I don't. In reality, I am a very pale woman with shoulder-length curly brown hair. I'm wearing a bright red sweater. I have the Brooklyn Bridge behind me. It is a Zoom background. I am not actually on the Brooklyn Bridge right now because New York is not like California. It's not warm here all the time. But hopefully next week, please keep us in your thoughts because my team is participating in the challenge, and hopefully we will have some good weather. I'm very excited to be here with you all. Very excited to be here. Also, we have some fantastic panelists. I think Melody's on her way. And Zach is here now. So Zach, do you want to introduce yourself real quick? Except we don't hear you.
I'm coming up to hang out with you while we're here. Yes.
Okay, I'm unmuted. We're good.
Yay!
I think. I'm Zach Yanner. I'm a writer and YouTuber and just general silly person. I have cerebral palsy. I have about 3 days of scruff. I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and my hair is whatever the hell the comb did this morning. I'm rocking vertical video because my computer wouldn't connect to Zoom, so I feel quite foolish.
I think vertical video is actually very appropriate to this conversation because today we're going to be talking about all things media. And in today's social media world, vertical is where it's at.
I
and
know.
By the way, I forgot to mention, so you might notice that Zach and I are both very funny people, and it's because I also have cerebral palsy, and, you know, I don't know, I think it's the funniest of the palsies. What do you think, Zach?
It really is. It's the best one. And I highly recommend to anyone that doesn't have it, go get it.
Well, actually, like, I heard, because I always thought you could only get it at birth, I heard actually you can get it later on, so maybe not that one, Zach. Maybe not.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm not a great ambassador, but in terms of palsies, it really is A+. Highly recommended.
Yeah, so you guys can just like live your lives in jealousy. I think that's a better plan. Yeah. So, let's get started by talking about, you mentioned you're a YouTuber, and actually we should start off, we forgot the most important part of our self-intro, our handles. So you can find me everywhere online with @annotated, ANNATATED. Zach, how can people find you?
They can find me zooming around Glendale, any place. I'm usually on the main drag there. And if you want to follow me on socials, it's usually @ZachAnner, ZACHANNER. But, honestly, I know we're talking about social media PR. I gotta be straight up with you. Not a great follow. Just not great. But if you have to, that's where to find me.
Zach's the kind of don't listen to him. So Zach, you have a lot of followers. You have a lot more followers than I do, personally speaking. What advice do you have for everyone, who might be interested in getting into the content creation game? How do you know yourself? How do you get people to want to follow you?
Well, I would tell the people that really want social media following to do the exact opposite of what I do, because it really is about consistency, and I'm really inconsistent. And I know it sounds gross to say, figure out what your personal brand is. It's just, ugh. But I think it is important to, before you start making content, think about really what do you want to say, and in what space do you want to move? What spaces do you want to move? And are you sort of filling a gap that isn't really out there yet? Because there's so much on social media now, way more than when I started 15 years ago or whenever it is. And the thing that I've found is that, the stuff that does best on social is when you're really thinking not about following trends, but what can I say that's different? What finding your own voice before you start putting stuff out, and really engaging with your audience, and because they're a huge part of it. And also remember, if the first thing you do gets 40 views or whatever, just imagine having 40 people in a room liking your stuff or engaging with your stuff. It's not about numbers so much as it is you have an audience that is supporting you, and no matter how big or small that audience is, that's cool.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's so important with, even when I was working, as Nick mentioned, I worked for the Oxygen Spark earlier in my career, and I did social media marketing for all of their shows. And, you think about a show like Allie was on the Glee Project, it ended up being a huge hit, there were hundreds of thousands of followers. But the day that I started that account, there was one follower, and that was me. And then there were 40 followers that were people in my office who, so I think it's just thinking about how can you get the word out to the people you already know, and how can you expand that by getting them to, share content. And I know I didn't put this in my list of questions, but, I think a big part of this that we should discuss is like, this is going to be relevant to both your personal brand, like if you want to become a social media influencer like Zach and not me, or if you are just looking to promote your Easterseals Disability Film Challenge film this year. Making content that people want to share, I think, is paramount. And to me, I'll start off by saying that, it's part of it is like about you, but of course, like you want to make the content from day one when you're even thinking about the idea with that thought in mind of like, what about this would people want to share? Like that's kind of my biggest tip to you guys today is as you're thinking things through, think about like, what would make this shareable? What would make this relatable to a wide audience or to a specific audience? Because, like when I make my films, one thing that I think about is, of course, all of us and our friends in the disability community, but also all of the people who are not yet disabled and just very jealous of us out there. And how can we make, our stories authentic to us, but also relatable to them? Because like we don't want to leave out like the poor 80% of the population or 75% of the population or whatever it is now. COVID is growing every day, so or like getting lower. But I think thinking through like what are the things, and I'll give you an example from social fitness, which you could go on YouTube and search for social fitness Easterseals Disability Film Challenge. If you don't add that last part, I can't guarantee you won't be scarred for life. I don't know what else is out there, but it was about this period earlier in the pandemic when we were all as a society just coming out of, like lots of people staying at home at the same time and, kind of the impact that had on everyone in terms of like not even socializing with our friends for a year, into it. And so it was like this moment in the cultural zeitgeist where everyone was going through the same thing. And I think that's what helped it become very shareable in that it was something that like just about everyone could relate to. So, that kind of question for you is, what do you think makes content shareable?
Honestly, I think as I've been doing it more and more, I think the thing is finding the universal within the specific, and also like, and I know this is kind of a lot of people go the opposite way, but I can speak to just my personal outlook on content. I try to invite people with my content. Like there are creators out there that like to educate through scolding the general public for their ignorance around disability specifically, but I do my best to, if I'm gonna do that, at least make it funny and say, like, this is what my experience is, and I'm not judging you for this, and I understand that we all have these blind spots. And I think, like, with disability in general, like, a lot of times we have this sort of mindset of people should know better, and I've learned throughout my life that they just don't, and that doesn't mean that they're horrible, it just means that they're ignorant in a specific area. And if I can build a bridge with comedy to like invite them and say like, oh, it's not scary to learn this. You can be like better, we can all do better. Like that tends to like share better on my socials than if I were angry and just kind of shouting. But I do shout, but it's something I can't control. It's just the volume. I have a higher volume to my voice. But yeah.
Yeah, and it's something that you did a few years ago that I really loved, and it actually went viral in my office, you should know, among the tourism people, was the Rainbow Bagel video that you did. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I mean, that was just nuts because so I was doing a video with the Cerebral Palsy Foundation, and they said they didn't really know what they wanted to film with me. And it was like the day before that they said, why don't we just have you go to this Rainbow Bagel Store in Brooklyn, and just you highlight how inaccessible New York public transport is. And it just so happened that, like, it was the coldest day of the year, and we were just gonna like go get a bagel, see how long it took, and wound up taking like 6 hours, and we had to take a ferry because there was a broken elevator in the MTA, and and then when we got to the bagel store itself was not accessible, which I don't understand, because it seemed to have originated with the Instagram crowd wanting to take pictures of these rainbow bagels. And I remember very distinctly, like my producing partner, Jillian, and I, like we had a crew from the Cerebral Palsy Foundation, and when we finally got to the bagel store and they weren't accessible and they had steps, they were really depressed because they're like, oh my God, this video doesn't work. And I'm like, this is exactly what the video needs to be. And I think it was like having to give them a pep talk about like, no, the fact that we can't get in is the perfect ending. And people will want to share this because it's me having a good time dealing with all of these obstacles. And it actually highlights something that people don't know about. It's like, that's the perfect storm of, if you can get that stuff to happen organically, because that's just how the world is, it's inaccessible. And if you can show that without a sense of despair, then people will be more engaged and want to share it.
Yeah, and it's interesting as a New Yorker, and also, someone whose job it is to promote New York, like this conversation comes up a lot, and it was like interesting, for people to see it. But I think like all the non-disabled people I know who saw that video, they actually were not that surprised by it. Or like when I share my like day-to-day stories of like why I just generally avoid the subway, for many of the reasons like you said. Because like you'll hear these stories, it's like the curb cut effect, right? Like I'll hear from someone like, oh my God, like when my kids were in strollers, like I learned how impossible this was when I broke my leg, like these universal things that can happen to people who don't have like a physical disability, but they're still constantly, they're like, oh, I had so much luggage, like they're still also like constantly being victimized by the MTA. Like there's no one in the city for one or another. Like it's not a popular transit system overall. So
it's great that the MTA is like an equal opportunity offender, I gotta say. Like whether you're able-bodied or not, they're gonna screw you over. And that's just kind of heartwarming in a way.
Yeah, it's definitely not ableism in that regard, because of course. Yeah. But New York, I have to again say, New York is an amazing place to visit. Just take a bus or a taxi. So we have Melanie here now. I want to give Melanie an opportunity to introduce herself and drop some knowledge. So Mel, just make sure you include an image description line with Adriana Lee, that you could do whatever you want.
Wonderful. Hi, everybody. I'm so sorry about that. Hello, hello. I'm so happy to see all your cheese and faces, and happy to see that you guys are so interested in the Disability Film Challenge. I'll start. My name is Melanie Waldman, and I am very congested today, and I don't sound like this all the time. I have curly brown hair that's pretty frizzy. I'm based in New Jersey, so the weather is insane. It's on and off again warm. Nobody knows what the weather is. I'm wearing a green sweater that is from QVC. I'm a model there, and I'm currently in my office where I'm an acting coach. We Spare and Ryan, Rising Stars. It's a program for students with developmental disabilities. And I just had to leave my class. Our building is just chaotic today, but it's all in good fun. It's kind of like rolling with the punches of the film challenge. You just kind of keep it going. Just depending on whatever walks in, whatever ability, you just kind of figure it out from there. So I am a competitor in the film challenge, and I have won the awareness campaign twice. I won once in 2019 with my teammate Rachel Handler, And then I won again with Chrissy Marshall's team on Aisle Y. And those were both awareness campaign challenges. I really encourage you, if you are able to, try and be as creative as possible with that. There are so many options for you to use. It's honestly, sky is the limits. I feel like if Anna Paquin could get a sky plane, she would get a sky plane to write EDFC and then her own name in the sky. I love you so much. But I feel like that's something Anna would pull out of a box. And that's the best part about this particular part of the challenge is it's almost like there's rules, but within the rules, there's no rules. It makes perfect sense, right? But yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I'll get it right up.
I don't remember if I missed anything else, but that's me.
So Mel, like I'd love for you to weigh in here. We were just talking about like what makes content shareable. So what do you think?
Wow, that's a really good question. Where to start? I feel like a lot of the content that I've been making these days that catches a lot of eyes are the ones that are the most spontaneous to a T and kind of like controlled chaos in a way. You want something that's going to get everybody's attention. You want to get something that's going to pull people in and say, why are you invested in this? I have a background in marketing and in journalism. So that's kind of where this all comes into play. I double majored in theater and journalism. It's all kind of one umbrella. But when you think about trying to get the attention of people who are online and just doom scrolling, you really want to take that moment to get that not shock value, but that interest value. Like, why? This person's interesting. I think I see some familiar faces in the room, though. I think there's some faces in the room of people who can bring that shock value. Like, bring in your comedy, bring in whatever little features that you think are special about you. Maybe it's fashion, maybe it's art. Do something out of the box, and all you have to do is take your phone and point at it. That's it. Make sure it's in frame. Make sure it's kind of steady. I've been on some teams where it's kind of been in question of whether or not to just have a fully disabled team or have at least somebody on your team who is able-bodied, maybe to be that content creator, maybe to be that person behind the scenes that can get those really decent, clear DSLR shots, which are really nice for Nick Novicki for when it comes time to, making things roll around, your things get posted and published. That's a really good time and opportunity to get those things out there. So yeah, definitely make sure whatever you're making is crisp, that it's clean, but also have fun. That's, I think, honestly, that's my favorite part of the challenge. Yeah.
So the next question that I want to talk about is like, what tips can we have for someone who doesn't have a lot of followers, but is trying to get views on their content? So maybe, if you want to keep talking, you can start there, then we'll kind of circle back to Zach and me.
Yeah. Zach, do you want to start?
Oh, no, I'm more interested in what you have to say.
Okay, all right. I think, honestly, one of the best ways to start is maybe, and this is something that I tell my actors, when we get a lot of self-tapes that are like, tell us about you, and you're like, what? Where do I start? What do you mean, tell me about you? My name is Mel. Like, what else do you need to know? I have one hand. Oh, that's the part of the description I missed. You have to forgive me. I'm getting over a cold and my brain cells are out the window. So yeah, I'm an arm amputee. That is my physical description, below the elbow. And I do use a prosthesis. I do not have either with me today. I usually only use them for photo shoots anyway. Get that eye candy. So when I think of trying to get an account going and trying to get some kind of following, maybe think of some things that are personal to you. Like I was saying, art, fashion. Maybe there's a niche market where you're like, I really love, I don't know, paper mache. Look up hashtags with your favorite things. So for this would be the film challenge, maybe hashtag disabled actors, hashtag actors with disabilities. Those are all really good hashtags for you to look at now, whereas you're ahead of the head of the curve right now. You're kind of getting these pointers before we go into the challenge of what do I do when the time comes? Do your research, start there, and really start with finding the hashtags that are particular to you, but are also unique. So you want some that are really broad, like Disability Film Challenge, of course. Hashtag Disability Film Challenge. That's a really big place to start. Yeah, start looking into those. I think that's probably my best advice.
What do you got to say, Zach?
I think it's that's great. I think it's also just kind of knowing what your persona is on camera, what your style of communicating is. If you have YouTubers or influencers that you like, and you're like, I really feel the way that they communicate is great. What are they actually doing? You know, like, because that's a big piece of it that I don't think enough people who are starting out think about. Like, what makes for good communication? Because at the end of the day, it's not going to be you in a room full of people. Every interaction on social media is pretty much you and one other person watching on the phone. And, you know, so it's kind of finding a way to be intimate and still think about what's the most shareable thing.
That's such a good point, actually. I want to build on that, because when you do find those things and those people, like, really be in communication and comment on each other's things. I know, like, every little comment and every little like helps, but you really are helping each other, and the overall goal is to bring awareness to the campaign itself. So the more that you're interacting and having fun, honestly, all of the films that you like, post them, repost them, and make sure that you tag Disability Film Challenge, because they're really good at reposting that on top of it, and that'll expand the amount of people who get to see your content, for sure. Yeah, that's awesome point, Zach. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
you.
Of someone who like should never be on camera. I'm very much a behind the scenes person. So if you look at my content, it's like either stuff I'm eating, or, you know, just stuff I want to talk about, or like vacation pictures, or my film stuff. So, you know, when you're looking at your film, the way I would take it is actually like break down your script and your topics and your characters, and think about like, what are the affinity groups that each appeal to? And I'll use like my film from last year, which was a finalist, as an example. My film Crypt Fish, last year's challenge, which is romance. It was about these two women who meet on online dating, and one of them is like a catfish that happens to fake her disability, or their disability, because actually they're non-binary. You know, so like, let's break that apart together real quick. So here we have romance. People who are interested in romance movies are a thing. It was a comedy, because you see I'm a little funny. So romantic comedy, there's an interest. Comedy, you know, so think about all the like reasons people might be interested in it. Disability is a very obvious category for all of us, but, you know, in this particular film, because the romance was between two queer individuals, reaching out to the LGBTQ community was also part of my strategy, because there was that affinity with, and actually both actors, the characters were non-binary, because both actors happen to be non-binary. So, you know, it's like a great opportunity to talk about multiple forms of authentic casting and intersectionality. Then there's the whole dating app angle. And, you know, like, there's all of these like forums online where people are talking about dating apps and usually how terrible they are. Dating apps and the MTA go together like peanut butter and jelly. So, you know, finding things that, like, you know, topics that exist in your film and reaching out to people who are interested in those, you know, is very helpful. The other thing I would say is also just to leverage your team, because even if you personally don't have a large following, you team up with people who do, and also reach out to your network and just ask everyone to share, you know, your film. Everyone here, you know, like, has someone who loves them and will just share it, whether it's like great, terrible, in between. You know, like, my mom shares all my work, right? So, you know, she unfortunately doesn't have a lot of followers, but, you know, my mom, you know, my cast moms, like, between all those people, that's kind of how you build. And you reach out to that network effect, which is really the power of social media, because that gets you started, that gets you into the algorithms, which is like that little mathematical formula in the back of like Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and all those things, that tells the platform whether they should show your content to other people. So speaking of platforms, so, you know, the final question I have, and we can kind of get into your questions. The Disability Film Challenge films are posted on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Do you think it's more important to prioritize one platform or equally promote on all three?
I think honestly, like people should promote on the platforms that they know best. Like it seems counterintuitive, but if you know Instagram really well and you feel like you are most adept at that, like, and also look at where your followings are. I mean, it doesn't hurt to post it everywhere, but I think, and it's also social media and algorithms changed so quickly now that it's worth Googling like what are best practices on each platform. And because I know now, like every platform likes their own individual upload of things. And if the goal is to get the most eyes on the film, like sharing links, people like it's kind of a struggle because sharing links on social media platforms, they bury it now. So it might be something where you share a link, but then you have like an individual unique upload to that specific platform. And it's just something that it changes weekly, it feels like. So my advice would be like, look at what the best practices are for this very moment in time, because something that worked 6 months ago may not work now.
Yeah, I think going off of that too, stick with what you know for sure. Also, it's not a cheat, but something that I find really helpful is knowing where your largest following is and then kind of streaming into that. So what I mean by that, what we used my first year that I won was actually our Facebook posts of the video where you can see the number count below it. Make sure that you find those, share that, and don't just share it to your pages. How many people in the room are in Facebook groups? Anybody? Just me? Facebook groups? Use those. Use them 100%. The ones with the biggest followings, because those are your niche markets, almost just like your hashtags, right? Those are the people who want eyes on things that are in your communities, and they want to help further those along. And then convince them and say, reshare this, please comment, please interact. Run a Skyplane still. I'm just going to keep advocating for the Skyplane, Anna, until you do it. But yeah.
We're not allowed to use paid media, so if you know anyone who can give me a free Skyplane, definitely let me know.
I will keep my eyes peeled for that, for sure. Also, I would also encourage you, like Zach was saying, use the platforms you know the best. I know Threads is like the newest thing, but who uses it all the time? I don't know. Not me yet. I feel like I go back and forth between X and Threads, and it's all the same thing, kind of, sort of. But I also really like utilizing my live streams. Those are another way that you can do these. The year that we won with ILY with Chrissy, we had Jen Monsingo was our EP. She was our main producer on the project. And if you're familiar with Jen and her family, Pete is her brother, Pete Monsingo. And he's the one really tall person with a family full of little people. I love them. They're so nice. Pete came on and he did a live stream with us. And that was so special. I haven't met him in person yet, and that's a bucket list thing. But you know, like these connects that you have online. I know that I think there's some people in the room who are in my Limb Different groups where we just know a bunch of Paralympians really randomly. I'm sure a lot of you relate to that. Use them, because they want you to be seen. And, you know, representation means so much to all of us in our own ways. And it's really just about getting your personalities out there and making sure that you get that time in the spotlight that you work so hard for and that you invest all of this time into. So definitely take advantage of those.
See, us palsy people do not know any Paralympians, so we do not have that advantage.
Actually, I know a few.
Lies. You have to know some. Shot put? No.
I would pay to see cerebral palsy shot put. Let's just
Perfect.
So I think we just shot our buddy comedy, you guys.
Print it, upload it.
All right, so I'll give like, my kind of POV, and then we'll open it up to the room for questions. So I think that like the more you get your stuff out there, even if it's not a platform where you have a ton of followers, definitely prioritize where you have more followers, but make sure it's out there because you never know like what's gonna hit and what people are just gonna start sharing. And so that's like I would say the biggest thing though is what Zach was saying is use the platform natively. So what I mean by that, like Instagram, share your Instagram links to your Instagram stories. Don't share your Instagram to Facebook because it's not gonna work as well together. Share your Facebook link to Facebook. Don't share it to Instagram. And like YouTube, you can use for other stuff. Keep in mind things like, YouTube people don't have to log into view, like that's important. Whereas Facebook, like everything's very gated, and if people are not logged into their Facebook and you share the Facebook link, they're not really going to be able to watch it. But also old school, like email, great platform for reaching out to, your community. People, text messaging all your friends and like, threatening to reveal all their secrets if they don't share your film also works.
I think also like the creators who really are inspiring your pieces. I'm sure you're already thinking about what kind of content. Maybe it's like Judd Apatow. Maybe it's Mindy Kaling, who you really like, and you think that like Mindy Kaling's an ally. She's somebody who might be somebody to tag. You can tag whoever you want in your posts and say, I was inspired by so-and-so. You never know who's going to end up looking at your content and seeing all of the wonderful work that you do, for sure.
Yeah, that's a great point. So with that, let's turn it over to the room. Are there any questions in the room? Comments, complaints, commendations?
Hi, Lee.
Hi.
Just wanted to say hi.
So, I have a question, and I know we're getting.
Hi, Nick.
How's it going? I know we're getting close to lunch in the room here. I'm not sure if I'm talking in a microphone that works, but it makes me feel comfortable. So first of all, how amazing is all this advice? I think if I were to just, from listening to all of this, things that I've noticed, and I wouldn't really consider myself a marketing expert, but something that I've noticed is that there happens to be for both of you, Anna and Melanie, it seems like there's a lot of internal coordinating going on in terms of, do you suggest and have you basically chosen a day that you've asked everybody to use as a launch day, or what? Can you talk a little bit about what your pre-production for your campaign has looked like? And also, Zach, I don't know if that for you has come into play with any of the content that you do in terms of letting people know ahead of time and getting, press documents ready or anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I can start. I kind of come into this with like more of like the corporate side, the background of like having marketed TV shows. So I approach it exactly the same way that I would, like any of the network shows I've worked on. Also because, to me it's important that just like the films are like super high quality and people see like disability talent, in such a positive light. It's the same with the campaign. Like the more that people kind of see this promoted in the same way that they would see one of their favorite shows, the more they kind of are like, oh yeah, like why isn't this a show? Why isn't this like a mainstream movie? So I work on it, like kind of like there is a lot of upfront planning that goes into it. Mostly what I like to do, and this is what I did for talent when I worked at Oxygen, is prepare like a bunch of sample posts that you can give out to your team. Because the easier you can make it for someone else, and also like people like your friends and family and anyone you're asking to share your stuff, you have to make it like as simple as possible for them because people have a lot going on. So what I like to do is give them a document of like, here's some sample posts. You can literally copy and paste this, use this picture, good, you're done. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to like do anything yourself. But of course, people are welcome to. And the second part of that question in terms of like the timing, just as soon as the films go live, usually, you know, that's a good time to kind of just start and get going. Melody?
Yeah, so when I think of press, especially, a lot of the things that I've done in the past, I've thought about a little, I'll be honest, I've thought about a little bit farther out. I would say about a couple months ahead. There was one year that Creaky Joints did a feature on me, and I was telling them, oh, by the way, actually, I have the film challenge coming up. Can you wait until that week to publish? And that way, you know, now you can reach out to any news sources that you may have, start a blog. That counts. Anything where it's a different type of medium that is covering the press of your event is the best. Honestly, the wider spread that you can have these things, the better, and the more varied. I also think, kind of what Anna was saying, with the days and the weeks, hit the ground running right off the bat, have those sample posts ahead of time. I'm already thinking of things to send out to the teams that I'm probably going to be working with, of what you want the content behind the scenes also to look like as well, because that's also a really vital part of this, is that we don't get to see what's happening that's outside of that 5 minutes, but the awareness campaign is that opportunity. I've shared bloopers before. I've shared Q&As before with people on set, what's happening behind the scenes and what it's like. Also having all of these different disabilities in your film, I'm sure you might have more than one type, interacting and what that's like. I think there was one year where it was like one team of a bunch of wheelchair users and like what the struggles were. I know what Zach was saying when I popped in a little late of like, well, you got there and you couldn't even get in, you know? What are you doing? Like, how are you taking care of all of the obstacles that you're facing? The awareness campaign really is your opportunity to do that. And then you can take that to the press, to the people who are covering those stories and say, hey, this is what we were up to. We, you know, none of our services were paid for. It was all volunteer based, but at the same time, we still were able to have a finished product come together. That's also something really, you know, people like to see. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and this is my first time doing the Disability Film Challenge, so I can only speak to my own content, but typically I don't preemptively reach out to press until I know something's gonna be good. I think in terms of, I'm terrible at self-promotion and also timelines, so for me to preemptively say I got this video coming out, odds are it'll come out at 11:59 on the night when it's supposed to, and I'll just post it whenever it's done. So don't follow my example. Do the opposite of what I do.
I think that's what has to do with us. That's awesome. Thank you. So we're going to wrap up. I don't want to include anyone in food, but Mel, did you have a final?
I was just gonna say, Nick kind of had asked the question of like when or like what time of day. Google it. Honestly, look it up. The earlier in the day that you can post things where people roll out of bed and open their phone, that's for me. Zach, do you have anything on that before they go?
Yeah, that would be good. I never do that, but that would be
good. I try my best.
yeah, like do that. Mornings are good because then you get the engagement and you can kind of keep engaging with your audience throughout the day, unless your audience is in Australia, and then I don't know what you should do.
And it's already Thursday.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thanks so much. Let's all get lunch.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
All right. Thank you. And that's lunch. We're going to be back in a little bit. Live stream audience will be back in about an hour. So tune in. We'll see you soon. Eat on your own. I wish you could eat with us here because we got chicken teriyaki. So, and we know there's other dietary things going on. So we got you covered. We'll see you soon, live stream. And now for everybody here, we got food. Everybody, I hope you enjoyed your lunch in room. We did enjoy our lunch, I believe. I know I did. It was a chicken teriyaki, and it was amazing. And
It was good.
Everybody on remote, I hope you enjoyed your lunch or dinner or whatever time zone you're in, and a meal if you ate. I'm so excited. This next portion is all about working with representation, and we have an incredible guy that I've been honored to get to know over the course of the last year, maybe 2.
Yeah, a few years, I believe.
Few years, yeah.
During the pandemic, I think.
And so I'm here with John Beach. Can you give us a little bit about you and tell us your story of where you are and also some of the things that you've done before?
Yeah, love to. I'm John Beach. I have a company called Gravity Squared Entertainment. I represent writers, directors, and about 372 books. So I represent media rights for the books. I develop those books, package those books, and sell them to Hollywood. So that's my daily job is the books. But I do have screenwriters and directors as well. I started the company in January of 15, somewhere around there. That same year, I met someone absolutely amazing that changed my life. Her name was Judy Heumann. We are currently producing her movie at Apple. Sean Hayter is writing and directing that. She did Coda. I think she won the Academy Award for Coda.
She did.
She did.
And believe it or not, in a small world, she also talked to us here.
And she went here.
And she went here at AFI.
Yep.
#1 rated film school in the world. Again, we're going to give that shout out to AFI and a shout out to all of you for being a part of that.
And a shout out to Sean Hayter, who I've never met in person. Hi. Yeah, we sold that over Zoom. So really funny. I've never met Sean in person. I've only met Judy in person 3 times. So kind of crazy that we live in a world of Zoom these days. But yeah, that's who I am. I manage writers and directors for film and television, and mostly books.
And also, you were a literary agent before that, correct?
Yeah, before that, I was an agent. Started out at Paradigm. I was at Paradigm for about a year, a little over a year maybe, and then went from Paradigm to a company called Acme Talent Literary. I was at Acme for about 4 or 5 years after that. So then I just started a production company with some friends after that, and here I am.
Amazing. It's amazing.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well.
And this guy.
Yeah. So, first of all, we're kind of matching. I'm going to give a little person sitting down wearing a checkered shirt, white with blue checkers, standing next to a guy with a similar kind of checkered shirt.
Really big guy with a faux hawk and a gray beard. And yeah.
We are. We coordinated this to dress alike. So what we're going to do is I want to hear what the process is because, to be honest, it's IP. This is the word we're hearing all about. Known IP. How do we sell this project? Known IP. And also, you are all IP. Your stories are IP. I want to hear like what you'd be looking for from people, whether it's a book, whether it's a project, selling a show, what you'd look from a writer. But first, I'd like to hear from everybody. I want everybody to give a 20-second pitch of who they are and what they do. Are you an actor, writer, director, producer? Are you taking part in this year's Easterseals Disability Film Challenge? If so, what do you do? We are going to start with you.
Hi, guys. I'm Aaron Simpson, and I'm actually just Brandy's direct support.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Brandy Halstead, and I am participating in this year's film challenge, and I'm a writer, and I'll be in front of the camera as well.
Okay. And if you guys feel comfortable of coming this way, or here we go, actually. Thank you, Haley.
Thank you, Haley.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I am a writer, actor, and a filmmaker. I am participating in this year's film challenge with Lee. I will be producing, writing, and also acting in it.
Hi, my name's Lee. I'm an actor and a writer. I'm also a touring musician and guitar player, and I work in production as a non-union second AD.
Can I give one little shout out here before? So they just came here from Michigan to be here to learn today, and because their film is screening at the Chinese Theater tonight. as a part of Hollyshorts Film Festival. Well, guess what? More exciting news. I talked to Hollyshorts, Daniel and Theo, and anyone in this room that wants to come to the screening tonight will be comped to go for free to the Chinese Theater to watch their films. So if you want to come, go after and talk to Hollings, and so that we have your names. And let's keep going in the list.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Kelly. I'm an actor, a vocalist, and a model. I will be participating for the first time this year. I am producing the short film, and I will be acting in it as well.
Hi, my name is Vertice Mel Brown. I'm an actress filmmaker. I participated in the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge in 2019. I will not be participating this year only because I'm directing a documentary at the moment.
Oh, hi, DK Greenlee, writer, director, producer. I am participating this year, and thank you for everything you do.
Hi, my name is Jordan Nicole, and this is my mom, Mary.
Hi, my name's Mary Brown, and we will be participating for the third time this year. And Jordan is an actress, and I wrote and produced last year, but this year I'm just producing because
my friend,
we have somebody else who wanted to write.
My friend, who's also starring with me, who's going to be also directing in it.
Hi, I am Denisha Davis. I am an actor, and I will be participating in the film challenge, but on the part of stage crew, not in front of the camera. Maybe next year, though.
Hi, I'm Jo Marie Lawrence. I'm an actor, and this year I will be participating for the first time, which I'm very excited about, and I'll be acting, producing, and co-writing.
Hi, my name is Sasan Zachariah. My main interest is acting, but I've done everything from writing, producing, editing, directing. This is my, I think, 4th time doing the challenge. And am I missing a question? I think that's it.
That's it?
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Eileen Gruba. I'm an actress, a writer, and a producer. I think this might be my 10th film challenge, although I did help with several projects in 1 year or 2 years. And this year I am producing, probably acting, writing, and running out of here every 5 minutes because we're producing while we're doing all this learning.
Hi, I'm Brenda Casas. I'm a writer and animator and voice actor and actress. We're going to be my husband and I are going to be producing an animated film for this year's film challenge. So
I'm coming over the top of you.
Hi, I'm Crystal Rivers. I'm a writer actor, and I am participating in the film challenge this year in Aisha's project.
Hello, Aisha Singleton. I'm a photographer, writer, producer, and will be first-time director this year. I'm participating in the challenge, and Crystal is one of my leads.
Andrea Jennings. I am a director, writer, producer, and a TV show host for a show called Access for All Integrating Accessibility. This is my 3rd year participating, and I'm going to take a back seat. I'm going to be an EP, but an actress. So I'm really excited.
Now, I kind of like doing thank you so much, and thank you, Haley, and everyone at CFA and Hollyshorts for making all of this happen, and AFI again for hosting. The reason why I wanted everybody to, one, introduce themselves and go through that. There was the last time we were here for writing and producing, we had Oscar winners, and Sean Hayter, and also another Oscar-winning producer that was here that day. And everybody got the chance to pitch themselves. I really feel like, in general, that's a huge skill set that we all need to continue to be practicing on. Throw ourselves out there and be able to sell what we're doing and why we have something marketable within 30 seconds. Can you talk about what cuts across your desk, whether it's a pitch in the room? What are you looking for, basically, for a project?
I mean, I'd say I'm always looking for great content, but how do you really define that? I'm always looking for great books. I would say right now, genre-wise, I'm looking for female action, a lot of female-led kind of projects. I think the industry is looking for a lot of inclusive and kind of projects. So I think DEI is very important to us in the business right now. So we're looking for those kind of projects. And I mean, just look at what Sean did with Coda, and now she's doing Judy Heumann's movie. So that's a prime example of how that works. So yeah, I mean, I'm always looking for great content. Now there's caveats with that, and I only have so much time and so much bandwidth. So it's hard to juggle all of the projects. I have 372 books under my management. It's almost impossible to do, but I'm doing it somehow. So that's it. I mean, I would say if you're a writer, if you're creating IP, writing scripts, writing books, whatever, keep writing. You have to keep writing. You have to keep doing things like this. You have to keep entering contests. You have to put yourself out there every single day. And I say that every single day, and I mean it, because this business is not easy. I'm sitting here after 20 years in this business, and I'm still barely making it. We struggle every single day. We have hiccups like pandemics, like strikes, like these things change the course of our business every single day. So you have to keep doing it. You have to keep working on your trade every day and meeting people, networking.
Now, when you said Judy Heumann and you're working on a project with Judy Heumann, I mean, you're talking to a room of people with disabilities both here and online. I mean, that's like saying, you're working on a Babe Ruth project to a bunch of baseball players. She's the legend. She's the OG. She's the pioneer of the disability rights movement, and somebody that, I felt very honored to call a friend. I only
Same.
met her over the last couple of years of her life. But she was regularly contacting me. She did so much to literally change the world. And so many of the reasons why we have disability spots, opportunities, fair access was because of her. Now, somebody like that, and correct me if I'm wrong, did you help set up her book?
Yeah, I met Judy when she was still working in the Obama administration at the White House. She was let go when Trump came into office. So I met her in October of 15. I signed her in January of 16. We started pairing her with a co-author right immediately, and they started writing. That was a very long process. They don't always take that long. This was 9 years ago. It doesn't always take that long. But I'm blessed that I've been able to work with her for so long. She's changed my life. So, yes.
Now, this book, and I want to just start with sort of this as an example of a project, because this project is one that is very much in the vein of what many of us care about in the room, but also it is a project that many people in the world are going to care about, because this is also a commercial project. So this book, I mean, you're talking about a legend. So she is somebody that was possibly easier to get a book deal from, or was that hard? What was that like?
Oh my gosh, no, this was not easy at all. I think Beacon published it. Beacon Press published it. I think they were our third tier of publishers that we went to. We had a terrible time trying to get this published. And I attribute that to the disability world. Nobody wants to work with the disability community. Nobody wants to do that. But we finally found a great publisher. Beacon did a great job. They really put a lot of money into it, put a lot of money into the advertising as well. That was not easy at all. Not at all. You would think it would be.
But
and then also on the other side of that, even starting to pitch the project out before we had Sean Hayter, we had some great talent that came to us and wanted to get involved, but producers, studios, no one knew who Judy was. I mean, honestly, I didn't know who Judy was before I signed her, so I'm guilty of that as well. But no one in the industry knew who she was, so we had to continually tell that story. We actually led with, if you've seen this, we led with the Comedy Central Drunk History episode. That's what we led with, and we said, this is our proof of concept. Ali Stroker played Judy in that, and she's going to play Judy in our movie as well. And that's literally what we led. But nobody knew who Judy was. We literally had to keep pitching it over and over and over again.
Well, no, that's part of the story. And then a little movie came out called Crip Camp along the way that,
same year, within a month of the publishing of Judy's book, within a month of the release of Judy's book. Yeah.
So now this is a movie produced by the Obamas that was, I believe a trending movie on Netflix. I had the honor of actually consulting part of with the Sundance Institute on that movie. Before it got in, that movie too did not get into Sundance the first time that it applied. And I was giving advice as part of a cohort of people. And then the following year, it won all kinds of awards, nominated for an Oscar. Jim LeBrecq, who is a Film Challenge judge, congratulations. Thank you, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
But also, this is also about timing too. So, you never know. Sometimes we all want to get hired for a certain TV show, a certain kind of movie. You want to sell something one year. You want to do it right now because we always want to sell it right then. But then again, if your book had sold in 2015 before Crip Camp and been released, I mean, it still would have been an amazing book. But would you be able to, you got Barack Obama part of your campaign.
The story is still there. But here's something really funny, and this just goes to the character of who Judy was. So again, I signed Judy in January of 16, right when she left the Capitol working for the Obama administration. In our talks, we started talking, and she was like, "Oh, there's been some documentary people talking to me, blah blah blah." Didn't even tell me about Crip Camp. Didn't even tell me about Jim LeBrecq. Had no clue of this project till I read it in Variety. And I called up Judy, and I'm like, I was like, Judy, what? I was like, this is huge. This is the Obamas. And so I immediately called the Higher Ground, the Obamas production company, and I sent them the book. But, they ultimately didn't want to do that because it was too close to, it was Crip Camp story. So, but yeah, it just goes to the character of who Judy was. She was the most humble person in the world. She's the kind of person who would say that she didn't do anything. You all did something. It was never her. It was always about everyone else, which is the amazing part of Judy. But we all knew that she was really the General MacArthur of all of that. She was leading that way. But yeah, that's kind of a funny little segue into that. But yeah. I guess if it would have come out in 15, it took them 3 years to write it. Yeah.
So I truly believe too, though, in fate too for both yourselves as artists. The longer I've been in the business, the more, I've kind of, I've been doing stand-up comedy since 2001. So now this is it was a long time, and acting even before that. So, certain times we all want everything right away and right now. But there is also something to be said about the long game ends up being the better game at certain times. Because you're ready for that opportunity. Absolutely. You're ready for that. The world is ready for it.
Absolutely. Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
I agree 100%. Now, when we first started pitching Judy's project out, again, we were using her Wikipedia. We were using a really bare treatment of what we thought the story was going to be. And then we were using the Drunk History. If you haven't seen the Drunk History, go watch it. It's incredible. It's the best 8 minutes of your life. But where was I going with this?
Well,
Nick?
about being ready for
Oh, right.
opportunities too.
Yeah. I still don't know where I was going with it.
Well,
I'm sorry.
But I'm saying in general too, because the reason why I'm saying
Oh,
this,
the long road.
The long road.
The long road.
The long road.
Yes. This career is the long road. You have to be invested in this career completely, 100%, because nothing happens fast in this business. Nothing does. This business is like molasses. They don't care if I've got a project with Will Ferrell that I sold in April of 2015 that is just now probably going into production maybe next year. So it's insane how slow this business works. It's embarrassing at times, but you have to roll with that. Use that time to write more. Use that time to keep working, keep shooting, keep doing things. Network with all of these people. These people might be, Sean Hayter one day. They might be running studios one day. Network with all these people, including Nick, including me. You have to be doing that every single day. So, the long haul.
And that's the reason why a lot of times I like you all to pitch yourselves and know that everybody online. First of all, if you have questions and we haven't answered them, I will answer those. Feel free to ask. This is interactive. If any of you guys have questions along the way with this discussion, feel free to ask. The reason why I wanted you all to pitch is you're putting yourselves out there too. Generally speaking, it's hard. It's hard to have somebody read a long project. You just heard he's got 300 something books. He's got a lot on his plate. So but being able to pitch yourself and being able to talk about what you do subtly. Maybe while you're getting chicken teriyaki in line, you never know. It's having those right moments to be able to sell about, I just, whether it's a project that you're in, something else about your life, something else that's interesting. Sometimes I know people that are great at selling TV shows, and they're comedians. One person in particular, he actually doesn't pitch the project. He likes to tell a story about something else funny. It's an art form. He's sold so many things. He gets in the room, he's joking, and he's talking about a crazy story and something that happened in his family, and that takes up the vast majority of the pitch. Well, that was the pitch. And at the end, he's talking about the project, but he's winning in through comedy in the room, which I was like, wow. And there's no rhyme or reason. I mean, at the end of the day, it is, if for literary, it is about the work in your pitch. But you're all making projects. You're all coming up with, your own sort of stories and your own fate by creating that. Now, can you talk a little bit about? So there's 300 books that you represent.
372.
372. Sorry, there's 72 people. Like, hey, I better still be repped. I better still be repped.
And that's just the books.
Yeah,
that doesn't even account for scripts and directors as well.
So now talk about specifically. I feel like because of and I know you also are representing some other people with disabilities, right? With their stories.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And if somebody was to approach you, talk about how you're able to be. What does outreach look like for you? Or how does that look like? And then what do you want to see from somebody? If they were trying to get maybe a book, do you want like a completed book? Do you want an outline? Do you want what type of areas are you looking for? Unless it's somebody that you find on your own.
Right. I think that's dependent on the person, what they're creating, what their IP is, what their story is. But to back up just a little bit as well, when you said, and I can't remember what you said again because I'm always my mind is one track mind. I think it was on the
about being able to pitch yourself.
Oh, the pitch. So if we're talking about a studio pitch is usually no more than 12 minutes. So I would be careful with that and cater that to who you're talking to. If it is story specific, you definitely want to stay with the story. If it's character specific, maybe you want to be that character if you're an actor. So it depends on that specific scenario. Just a little tidbit on that. Sean Hayter's Judy Human script pitch was 45 minutes long. 45 minutes long on Zoom with Apple, and it sold in the room. So it was really long, but it was amazing. It was spot on. So what I like to, or how I usually get clients, is usually by recommendation. It's usually coming through a producer, a writer friend, or something like that. Judy sent me people. So it just depends on the scenario. How I like to get clients, it's a difficult question. I would say query letters, but query letters is really, I'd like to say that we read all the query letters. There's no way to read all the query letters. It's just, I get them on every single format. I get them on LinkedIn. I get them on Facebook. I get them on Twitter. I get them on Instagram. I get them in the mail. I get them in the email. Sometimes I get the same query on all those formats the same day. It's overwhelming, but it's the nature of the beast. When you do query, be personal. Say something about the person that you're querying. Say, hey, I saw you're from North Carolina. I'm from North Carolina. Say, hey, I saw CODA. It's great. Say, oh my gosh, I loved Crip Camp. Say something personal that's going to grab my attention. Maybe even say that in the subject line of the email. It's very important just to grab us really quickly, because otherwise you're going to lose our attention in a snap. It's just, it goes so quickly because we don't have time. I'm 2 months behind on my reading. It literally takes me two months to read a script. So you have to grab us quickly. You got to keep us engaged. And that's how I'm usually approached.
Now, talk about that too. And first of all, that's great advice, and I agree with that 100%. I think that is a separate art form, to do the research of who you're meeting with. You know, because now you can find out, you know, where people are from, where they went to school, you know, their past work through IMDb, through LinkedIn, through all these other things, through Google. Now, if somebody was, and I'm just saying, you know, somebody is now recommended, and they're sending you an email and saying, hey, you know, if this is a book, a nonfiction book that they're trying to pitch you about themselves, that maybe could be turned into a TV show or a feature, what would you like to, like, how would you recommend people, you know, start with the most exciting thing, whether they're an athlete or whether they were, you know, worked in government? Like, what would you like to see? Basically, like the headline up top, or how does that? Like,
yeah, I would say the headline's important. You definitely have to grab our attention. But I would say I don't want to jump right into a full book if I'm just meeting you. Maybe a treatment, a little bit about it first. Might be nice. Now, on the publishing side, and on the book agent side, I don't call myself a book agent because I don't do the publishing side of this. I do the film and television rights. So on the publishing side, the book agent side, they ask for a book proposal. That's sometimes a couple chapters of the book, the remaining synopsis of the book, some comparables, maybe some recommendations from people. But yeah, on my side, I'm usually looking for a treatment first, and then I might ask for the book. I might ask for the first 3 chapters. I might ask for a script. Just depends. But usually it would be a log line, a treatment of a book, or something like that. And going back to the log line, your log line is your most important piece of this business. It's going to be read by everyone in this business. That has to sell your script to make me want to read it. So your log line is the most important thing you're ever going to write.
Can you, what is a log line?
A log line is a sentence or 2. I've seen them in 3, but it tells your main character's hurdle or obstacle, and a brief on how they get by it, what they're doing to get by it. So that's your basic synopsis of a log line. I think there's a couple websites out there that give you a little bit more specifics on that. But introduce main character, introduce obstacle, introduce the way around that obstacle. So.
Oh, we got a question.
Oh, questions.
When you introduce their way around that, you're kind of giving away the whole story, no?
Yeah, you have to be careful with the way around that, but you have to give some kind of idea of where we're going. Yes, the obstacle is there, but we need to know something about where we're going after that obstacle.
And so you're not bothered by a 2 or 3, because usually there always
I'm not.
has to be 1 sentence.
I'm not. This is debatable. I've changed log lines to be a sentence or 2 or 3 sometimes. I think it's highly dependent on the content. if you have something that is just so much information, you can't even boil it down to a sentence or a paragraph, just be careful there. But I would say use your own judgment. I don't think that we're really sticking on a one sentence format. We're sticking on the character, the obstacle, and something about how that is gone around, how they get around that obstacle, how they get over that obstacle, and something that happens after that.
Now, you brought something up, and Andrea, we'll get to you after this. You brought something up, too, about you. So you represent books, but not publishing the books, but the TV and the film side of it.
Correct.
Can you talk about the difference, and do you ever help people get book deals?
Yes and yes. So I would say 95, 97% of the time, I'm only representing the film and television rights of the project. So I would get the book from the book agents that I work with. I would either pitch that out to producers and get producers attached to it. They would go out and sell it. Or I would package that up with a writer, a director, an actor, and sell that out myself. It depends on the book, depends on the scenario, all different kinds of scenarios. Now, as far as sometimes I do take on a client before they have a book, before they've written anything. In case Judy didn't want to write a book. We had to talk her into writing the book. We literally had to beg her to write the book. She didn't think she had a story to tell. So sometimes I get involved in that side. I don't do the actual publishing. I'm not going to submit this to publishers. I don't have those relationships with editors, so it's just not my forte. But I do get involved early, few and far between. Again, less than 5% of my business. So
that's interesting. And you know, for that side of it, and I know that's not really your side of the business, but what would you say is the main sort of pitch tool that people are selling books? Are they writing just an outline? Is that a couple of photos? How much of it would be visual versus a completed book?
That's a good question. And it varies from genres. So fiction is usually 3 chapters of the book. That's what we want to see. Nonfiction is a book proposal that usually consists of a couple chapters, synopsis of the rest of the book, comparables, what this might be like. There might be pictures in there. There might be bios in there. There might be recommendations from people like Barack Obama in there. Judy Heumann's book proposal was 95 pages long. They shouldn't be that long. I think that they usually run around 20 to 30 pages. Judy has just done so much in the world. There was no way to pare that down to 20, 30 pages. So it ended up being 90 pages. So I think it's all dependent on the story you're telling. But I would say be creative there. Yes, there are some strict guidelines to go by, but I wouldn't worry about that too much. I would say write if you're going to write it. So write. That would be my first recommendation.
And on Judy's case, she had a co-writer, too.
She did, yeah. Kristen Joyner co-wrote that book and co-wrote that book. Kristen's great. She's a female women's activist. She's wonderful. She really, if you've read Judy's book, and if you know Judy, she really grasped Judy's character, her voice, her tone. She nailed this book. She really did. Read it, please. It's called Being Human.
And so with that too, for all these, do you have to have the rights to any photos you're going to have? What does that look like in terms of rights going in when you're trying to sell a book or
I wouldn't worry about that. No one's going to really see that. That's going to cause a problem. So I wouldn't worry about using any specific photos. If that's going any further than a book agent or me or a lit agent or someone like that, then yeah, maybe you will get to need some rights for that, especially in a documentary. You will need to get some rights. But if it's not going much further than that, don't worry about that at this time. When it goes further than that, then we'll let you know.
Andrea?
This is very helpful. I'm working on 2 docs right now. And I have a TV show, and I used the first part of that TV show to talk about one of those people. I can actually use that footage to help pitch. So two things. I'm very curious on what Sean Heder said in the 45 minutes, but not exactly what she said, but how did she break that down? What were some of the things she talked about? And sizzle reels. I'm a visual person. Does that usually work for people to kind of do maybe a 3 to 5 minute sizzle reel to help pitch your
Absolutely. Yeah. And then to back up, so yes, sizzle reels are very important in the unscripted side of the business. It gives us a way of seeing something that this might be like. Very important. And sometimes even in the scripted side, it worked really well for Judy with the drunk history because literally that is the story that we're telling. It's spot on. It's beat by beat. It's literally the story that we're telling with Judy's story. So that worked tremendously for us. It helped us tremendously. Now, when we're talking about the other side of your question was, I have a one-track mind. I'm sorry.
No, see,
the pitch, Sean's pitch. So yeah, I get there. You just have to nurse me into it. I get there. So Sean kind of dropped us into the Section 504 sit-in. She dropped us in. This is in the pitch, not in the script, not in the story now as it is now. She dropped us into the Section 504 sit-in, and then we went backwards for a little bit and went and met Judy as a child and moved up through the rank when she sued the New York Board of Education and then when she went to college and everything else. So we dropped right into the Section 504 sit-in and went backwards. And then back to the sit-in. And then it was literally just beat by beat on what Judy did. The characters, we kind of compared this to Dog Day Afternoon. That was our kind of comparable and our example of the tension that we're trying to create inside this Berkeley Federal Administrative Building. So that was the goal, is we just wanted to create that tension. We wanted to create that. So we just did the beat by beat on everything Judy did from there. Yeah.
And we only have time for a couple more questions because then pretty soon we're going to have to shift to our last panel. But this has been just so interesting. Now, can you talk a little bit about, like, what is the general scope of work you're looking for when you're taking on a client? Do you want to take on somebody with 2 features, a book, a TV show? Does it change, or is there a certain package that you think people should be aiming to, whether they have it now or it's a year from now? What kind of package should people try to have in their repertoire to really help do your job and do themselves?
That's a great question. First of all, I don't want a year from now. I want right now. I don't have anything to sell a year from now, so I can't sell that. I can sell right now. I don't want one script. I want, me being a manager, an agent might want one script and a very sellable script at that, but I want a body of work. I'm here to help you throughout your career. So I want multiple scripts. I want multiple books. I want multiple projects. I want to know that you're always writing. I want to know that you're always working. I want to know that you're always entering contests. You're always putting yourself out there. I want to know that you're always networking. Those are things that I look for, because if I know you're relentless, I'm going to be relentless for you. So this business is so difficult. If you're not relentless, I can't be relentless for you. So you got to be out there doing it, because I'm doing it too. So.
And can you talk a little bit about the flip side of that too? For those that are, writing a lot of books, that are, entering a lot of contests, the film challenge, how would you recommend? Have you seen certain clients be good at social media or getting themselves out there to share what they're doing? Any examples of that?
Yes. So I have one client. She's a writer-director. She lives in Istanbul, Turkey. She goes to Cannes, she goes to Berlin, she goes to Toronto, she goes to all the film festivals and networks, and she's amazing at it. And I always have people reaching out to me about her. Hey, I met Meta in Berlin. I met Meta at Cannes. People are always reaching out to me because of her, because she is relentless. She does not stop. She's always asking, why can't this be made? Why? And she doesn't stop. I love that about her. Yes, it's a lot of work, but I love that she never stops. She goes to all the film festivals. She's networking with everyone And I mean everyone, I mean everyone.
Eileen?
When you were sharing with us how hard it was to even get Judy's stuff made, are you seeing any shift in the industry? Because those of us who've been in it for decades are up against that brick wall all the time, and just getting people to not say no just because they're so afraid of disability.
Well, back to your wall. There is a wall right now, and that still hasn't come down due to the strikes. Projects just are not going into production yet. Maybe that's because of the impending IATSE strikes. I don't know, but it's been really slow coming out of the strikes. Sometimes, yes, I do see. My goal is to find the yes. So I'm always out there looking for the yes. Sometimes it takes a month, a week. Sometimes it takes 9 years. I think the traditional timeline of getting a project made in this business is 3 to 5 years. A book, maybe 5 to 7 years. So I think that you just have to keep working. You have to keep putting yourself out there. You have to keep doing shorts. You have to keep making things. You have to keep entering. You have to keep networking. You have to keep doing it because there's always going to be a wall. So that's part of the log line, isn't it? The obstacle. So how do you get around that wall? That's my question to you. So I would say keep writing, keep doing, keep entering.
They're having trouble getting A-list directors that are
Every day.
bankable to even read them because they're
Every
so
day.
daunted by this.
Yeah, this is the problem that we have every day. I mean, the producer of Judy's movie that's producing it with us, his name is David Permit. He produced Hacksaw Ridge. He's an icon in this business, and he's had one project about the creator of the Chippendales that he had when I was an agent in the early 2000s. He bought that from my mentor when I was an agent at Acme Talent Literary in year 2000, 2001. 23 years he's been on this project. Hacksaw Ridge took 16 years to make. So if that's not the model of what I want to be, I don't know what is, because that's passion. That's relentless. That's, yeah. These projects, you hear about this every single day from every single producer. It's embarrassing that we have to go through that, because who would think that a Will Ferrell project would take 9 years to make? Those movies make money. Who didn't see Talladega Nights? Did you see it? Made a lot of money. Come on. It's just the way it is, unfortunately.
All right. Well, we have time for one more question.
If someone brought a package to you, but they had like some attachments to it, how do you personally feel about that?
That's a wonderful question. So I think that's depending on the attachments. I wouldn't attach just any willy-nilly off the street. The attachment has to make sense. So if that attachment is a name, is a director with momentum, is a writer with momentum, something like that, yeah, by all means. But on the other side of that, we attached Sean before Coda came out. It was still in editing. We didn't see it. We didn't read it. So I knew Sean from Tallulah. So I didn't know anything about Coda. I read that it was about children of deaf adults. So I didn't know a lot about this movie. So we took a leap of faith with that. And we got incredibly lucky. And then the luck just kept happening. But don't attach people just to attach people. Make sure it makes sense. Make sure that they add value. That's my daily question. Does this add value to my project? You should ask yourself that too. Does this add value to my project? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And before we wrap this panel, do you have any kind of lasting advice for people along the way? And when they are in search of representation, one last kind of sort of advice for people in their quest in terms of reaching people, in terms of, I think in some senses we're all doing it by taking part in the challenge and making films and putting ourselves out there, as artists.
Yeah, I've said this a few times in this panel today. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep writing, keep directing, keep making content. Eventually, if you keep doing that, if you keep networking, network with all these people, network with all these people, if you keep doing that, we're going to see you. We're going to recognize you. We're going to know that you're doing things. So that's, to me, the best approach on how to find a good manager or a good agent or a good team behind you, is keep doing what you're doing, keep building the momentum, keep making things. Don't stop. You have to keep doing it, because if you stop, we're not going to see you. So you just have to keep doing it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break for our live stream audience, for everyone here. If you need to get some coffee, use the restroom, and then we're going to be back with our final panel on executives and pipeline development programs, which will be moderated by my wife, Teal,
Thank you, Nick.
who is an amazing executive herself. So we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. We are back for our last discussion of the day. Now, we've had so many amazing discussions about marketing, about PR, learning from influencers with disabilities, about how they share their content, share their stories for your awareness campaigns. We also just had an amazing discussion about representation and specifically how to get a book optioned and where to go from an option from a book to a film or TV show. Well, now we are going to our last discussion of the day, and this is the executive portion where we have executives. They're going to talk about the process of working with executives, about pipeline programs, about what they're looking for, and this is just going to be a fun, casual conversation. Again, the film challenge is happening April 2nd to April 7th. If you haven't registered, go to disabilityfilmchallenge.com. Register today. Time is running out. You have to register by Monday. The challenge starts on Tuesday. And then our award ceremony is going to be May 9th at Sony Pictures. Sony has been an incredible sponsor and supporter. We launched a disability loop group with the support of Sony Pictures Entertainment, Sony Pictures Animation. This was other actors and voice actors with disabilities, including myself, that were part of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Danielle Perez. Eileen Groba right here is part of the disability loop group, and so many others. So I really want to thank Sony, and I want to get this going. Our final, you guys ready for the final panel? All right, I'm going to introduce the moderator, and then she and the other panelists will introduce themselves. I have to give a very nice introduction because I'm also married to her, and I love her. She is an amazing person. She is an executive, a senior manager at Mattel Television. She has really made the film challenge happen since year one by being there for me every step of the way, and so many people with disabilities, and really a leader. I love you, and also welcome on board. I embarrassed her on the way, I guess. Teal Sperling in the panel.
Thank you. I have a mic. Thank you, Nick. Happy to be here. And I'm very excited also to be moderating in this panel, and I will let you both introduce yourselves and your credits or whatever you want to say.
My name is Alyssa Engelberg. I'm a director of creative at Sony Pictures Animation. I work primarily on the feature side and of films released. I worked on Mitchell's vs. the Machines and Vivo, and then a bunch in development that I can't talk about.
Hi, and I'm Frank Ochoa. I'm VP of Adult Animation at Sony Pictures Television, so I only work in series. Have had a couple things coming out this year, Sausage Party at Amazon, and Universal Basic Guys at Fox. The Good Times trailer, I think, just came out. That's also from our group, so kind of do it all across different buyers on the adult animated TV side.
Great. So yeah, let's get started. I think the thing that's really interesting about development is like everyone's path to become a development executive is a little bit different. So if you guys could just tell me a little bit about yourself and sort of how you got into development, what your path was.
Yeah, my path is very different. I started as an attorney. I was a litigator doing employment law up in Portland, Oregon for 5 years. Up there I met my husband who was working at Leica. Through him I kind of discovered animation. I'd always loved it, couldn't draw for the life of me, so didn't really see an end. But through him I got to know execs and creative producers and saw there was a really similar skill set. So he made a move down to LA. I used that as my now or never time to pivot careers. So I went from being on the partnership track and having an assistant as a lawyer to starting over and being an assistant and working my way back up the ranks as an exec, and it's been a joy.
Yeah, similar. I didn't have the traditional path. I went to film school. I went to UC San Diego to actually study film. My favorite professor is like, you should get to TV. There's more TV being made. This is like at the time when like Mad Men and The Wire and Breaking Bad and The Office were all coming out. And I was during the last strike, actually, oddly enough, so it was not great timing-wise, but I did it, worked mostly in production, freelance for a long time, Started at Sony in the fall of 2011. After doing freelance production for a while, worked for the head of casting. Her name's Dawn Steinberg, still the head of casting. So I was on her desk for 2 years. I just wanted to work at a studio that was making cool stuff. So that's why I decided to just go that route. I didn't do the agency route, the mailroom route. I just went from production right to working in a casting department, actually. And it was great, and I got to learn a lot of how TV was made from the studio side. Moved over to the comedy development team 2 years in. Worked with 2 executives on that team, and it was interesting at that time. We were mostly doing broadcast television, a lot of kind of broadcast comedies. Up until that point, we were pivoting to streaming and cable, which is when a lot of those buyers started to kind of explode during the kind of the boom. I got into animation at that time purely because that's what I loved. My favorite show growing up was The Simpsons. I'd been watching adult animation since then. A lot of anime and manga too. Like, it was just kind of what I was exposed to because of my age, and it was interesting to see the kind of the difference between what we were known for making up until the point to what we were going to do going forward, and that allowed me to work on stuff that I just kind of was a fan of. So the first animated series I got to work on was this show called Super Mansion, which was for Crackle, which doesn't exist anymore, but Sony had a streaming service called Crackle for a little while. But it was cool because it was Stupid Buddy Studios who do Robot Chicken, which I love, I grew up watching, and Bryan Cranston, who made Breaking Bad for us. I was like, I get to work with these people on this show, it's great. So that was the first time I really got into it, and then from then on out, just try to work on as much as I could.
That's awesome. I love hearing how both of your paths, are different. But usually they say start in the mailroom, like you said, and it's not always the path. And I think also life experience adds to the value of being an executive, because you have all this life experience you can draw from as well. Great. Can you tell me, and I guess maybe every day is a little bit different, and that's okay, but what does a typical day look like in your job?
Yeah, a typical day involves probably a lot of meetings and answering emails. Animation is pretty different than live action. I think it is much more of an office job in a lot of ways, and honestly more of like a 9 to 5-ish schedule. Not always, but it's much more typical than kind of the live action side. And I'm on about 10 different features in various stages of development. And so my meetings are tied to them, and they'll be specifically tied to, like, who do we want as a director, or figuring out business affairs stuff or deals, or trying to figure out writers, or just also doing check-ins, weekly check-ins with the directors, looking at the art, giving feedback and notes. So it's really hands-on, different every day though, and a lot depends on which film is like on fire or at a crisis point, and which one needs attention and focus. And generally the films that are at SPA, Sony Pictures Animation, we as executives are on it from development, so the earliest stages, all the way through its release. So the films that are in production require more attention because there's just more meetings and more things to give feedback and notes on.
Yeah, very similar actually. It's the difference is the timing for TV is just much faster. So at least if you're broadcast, streamers are a little more relaxed because they don't have like fixed air dates or cycles. But yeah, any given day, it's a lot of meetings, sometimes weekly meetings, but it can be purely creative, meeting with writers or animators, production, or business, going over deals or production issues, hearing pitches, taking out pitches, because Sony, we're a studio, we're a seller. We don't have a guaranteed buyer at home. So it's always trying to keep that pipeline and like funnel of content going. Or turning around notes on material, because we're constantly getting cuts or scripts or anything that would set up at a buyer. And it's a lot of, I describe it mostly as like project management. It's like making sure, it's a good way to put it. It's like what's kind of on fire, what goes to the top of the pile that day, given what needs the most help, in terms of making sure it stays on time, on budget, managing people, a lot of people with different personalities, but incredible. It's really cool to work with, like we both have projects with like Lord & Miller, who are incredible, right? And other showrunners or creators of that, top of their game. It's hard to say. You always get that privilege, so it's cool. It's just like managing different things on any given day, and then some days, are a little bit more challenging, and some are not. It just depends on how much is going well. So.
Yeah, and I started out in live action and then got into animation. be honest, I feared it at the beginning because it was a little bit intimidating. But you sort of touched on it a little bit, and now I love it, just want to be clear. Can you talk about like how the animation process is different than the live action process, just a little bit deeper in?
Yeah, on the feature side, I think the biggest difference is one, how much slower it is. I'd say it's constantly shocking. We have a lot of live action producers come onto our stuff as EPs or something, and they're constantly shocked by how long it takes. Development itself can go anywhere from like a year to 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And then the actual production itself is probably about 2 years at the quickest, 2 to 3 years. And at SPA, what's unique about us is we do the front end stuff at SPA. So we do storyboards, viz dev, all of that. And then we partner with ImageWorks, who does the back end. They do the animation and all of that. So yeah, it's really slow. And also a benefit of it being slow is it's very, very iterative. Nothing is really ever locked. We've had films that screen and the directors are watching it, it's the big premiere and they're watching it and be like, oh my God, I want to change this little thing. And sometimes I actually do, even after the premiere. So it's never actually locked. And we do audience screenings maybe 4 times a film, and some will just start out as storyboards and then they'll go to layout and it'll go from there. And each time we get notes, and each time, because we don't have a set of shots or anything, it's just storyboarders. It can just be sometimes you have hundreds of versions of the film sitting there that have been created and kind of pieced together at various stages. So it's slower and super iterative. That's what I would say are the biggest differences.
Yeah, very similar. It's much slower, longer, I would say.
Yeah,
Just the longer it takes.
Yeah.
The one thing that's changed dramatically, I will say, like from having worked in live action for a long time, the biggest thing against animation was that it takes too long, but technology's gotten so much better that it is a lot faster. And live action television, sadly, now relies a lot on CG and post. So they're kind of the same in a weird way. So it's not that much faster than animation. And the iterative thing is huge because if you, certain creators, my favorite creators, they see every opportunity to make it better, like to beat it. So like the best stuff I've worked on is like the script made me laugh, the table read made me laugh, the animatic made me laugh, the full color take made me laugh, the mix, but because it gets better and funnier. They're adding things and using the medium to punch it up or to improve it, which in live action you can't do that. You kind of have a moment where you're cut off. It's also nice control, like we don't have weather or crazy. I mean, like all my shows, all of them, like the writers are scattered, they're all Zoom rooms, the voice actors are scattered all over wherever. The animation houses are in Canada or Korea or Australia or Texas, or it's like you get more talent, and with live action you're very limited to, I guess we got to shoot here because that's the locations of the script or that's the tax credit, and we don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, and you sort of touched on it a little bit, Frank, about The Simpsons, but like, why did you both choose animation? What do you love? What is exciting to you about animation?
It just reminds me of early TV. Like when I first started in television, the best thing about it, like it's like 12 years ago, was if it was a really good story of great characters, it had a shot. And there was a different time. There was more opportunities, I think, in television. I think, unfortunately, over time, the buyers began to change their requirements for success, the metrics for success, and they needed, like comedies or a lot of TV shows, to launch like features. Like you need a big star, it needs to drop on a weekend, it needs to be binged right away. If it doesn't, especially if it costs a certain amount, it's not considered a success. Old TV, successful TV, the shows I loved growing up was like you had time really to build that audience, that following, and you had great characters. And you just had great actors. They weren't famous, they were working actors, but they were just really good, and you had great writers and the characters. Television is, I think, it's not like meat's like a hot take. It's just television's about the characters. You want to hang out with them, you want to spend time with them, and movies are more about the story. And television's kind of asking a question that you kind of have to answer over time and find. And so it's like, I like that about animation. It still feels like you have a chance to do stuff that's different, that feels unique, that you can kind of embrace creators who aren't the biggest name or whatever. Sometimes we have that for sure. it is what it is, but it's not required across the board, and that's to me what's exciting. It kind of reminds me of why I kind of started in the first place.
Cool.
Yeah, and for me, it's similar as well. I grew up loving animation. I think like a lot of people, I grew up kind of during the Disney Renaissance. Those films were iconic for me, and I think for a whole generation of children, and even continuing forward. And the idea to get to work and get to craft these films from the ground up, and animation is so bespoke. Every little thing, every detail in the frame, someone crafted. So to get to work hands-on with these amazing creators and making these films that I think are iconic now, not only for children, but animation has really expanded, but that are iconic for people of all ages. It's such a privilege, and that's why I love doing it. And like Frank said, the creators are just so unique in animation, and they're such special people. I think they're kind of different oftentimes than live action people, but
yeah.
It's so amazing getting to talk to some of them and just seeing their ideas. They start drawing and their ideas emerge on the page, and it's unreal to get to experience that.
Yeah, it's truly an art form.
Right?
Like it's an art, yeah. We can do questions now or at the end. What do you guys want to, do you have a question related to that? Yeah, yeah.
I was going to ask if while you're creating this with the creators, are your notes and all that development that you're talking about and all the way through production, are they based on your creative thoughts, or are they based on like market research and here's what we have to hit, and do you have a lot of parameters that are like guardrails, I guess?
I would say for SPA, it's really everyone's kind of creative instincts. There really aren't, like there's general ideas and thoughts, but we pride ourselves on kind of breaking the rules. Like Spider-Verse is a perfect example. If you were to look at it, it feels like, oh, that shouldn't be animated. It's too edgy. You see someone get killed on screen. Like it's just much more adult than you would think. So we broke a lot of those rules and just kind of relied on all of our creative instincts. And what's cool about animation, it's when you watch a film, you see all the credits. There's thousands of people, 1,000 or so people who work on it. It's all of their creative instincts that weigh in and kind of help us build it. And we operate from the idea, like he was saying, of the best creators, like the best idea wins, no matter who it comes from. It could come from the lowest ranked person in the room, but if it's the best idea, it wins. And because animation, you can put up an idea on the screen, try it, and if it doesn't work, move on and try something else. So it's extremely collaborative in that way.
Yeah, it's same. It's I think it would the way I see the job, or the way the notes I personally, maybe it's like how I was like taught and how I do it, is just whatever was the initial thing, like what we sold and what got everyone excited in the first place, is trying to preserve that as best as possible, because it's some point more cooks come to the kitchen the further along it gets. Some projects that are higher profile have even more people weighing in, and sometimes it's not necessarily what's best for the project, which is, you just have to be kind of diplomatic about it. You don't want to betray it, because then it loses it loses the point of it, and that's really what it is. And sometimes even the creators themselves might lose their way. It just happens. But to me, the notes are mostly just like, what was working in the first place? Like, why did we all sign up for this? What are we excited about? If you can kind of stick to that, it'll come through in the end. Also, I'm a firm believer of like, if people aren't enjoying themselves when they're making it, it'll show up in the product. You can tell things are made with like love and like truly. Collaboration versus like not. So I try to keep it that way.
And so you guys were talking about hearing pitches is a big part of your day and a big part of the job. What makes a good pitch, or what is something that sort of helps a pitch cut through a lot of the pitches?
Yeah. On the feature side, it's harder than ever. The climate is for theatrical is extra tricky right now, and that's kind of SPA's bread and butter still. So the ideas are honestly the ones that are the most personal, and that the creator, you can tell when a creator really believes in this idea and has something to push it forward. So it's kind of like this creator passion combined with a unique, big idea. The term everyone uses is like, but for theatrical, butts and seats. How to get that, there's no clear objective standard of how we get that. But an example is like the Barbie film, where it's this unique vision of a creator. And I think people loved that because it was something new and distinct, combined with kind of a butts in seats draw, like something recognizable, something that audiences were interested in and intrigued by, and that was new and different. I wish there was like a clear answer of like, this is what we want, this is what we buy, this is the checklist. Unfortunately, there's not.
Yeah, I think the difference for TV is it has to be a clear series engine, right? Like the idea can't feel like a sketch or a short film or feature or limited series. Like it has to feel like this could run for multiple seasons. Has to have incredible characters. Like sometimes your pitches that have just too many characters, I'm like, if you look at successful shows, like historically successful, they, at their core at least, they start with like a few great characters, and then over time you can build that out. But you want to have all great, like, no matter how you mix and match them, it's going to work. Stories, how, you know, the dynamics are there, and then yeah, the clear character, creator, a voice and vision for all of them and for that whole world. You want that because, again, it's a long road. And as long as their North Star doesn't get messed up, then you feel like you're in good hands. It's when they either don't really know the material or not that passionate about it, or it kind of feels like an assignment, that it starts to show up in the product. But yeah, it's really that too. That kind of trying to find that perfect matchup.
Yeah, that's great. And I know Nick has been working on a lot of like pitching yourself too, with the people, with these groups, which is great because pitching is an art form and it takes practice. And I think that like a lot of pitches too, and and meetings, it's about the pitch, but it's also about the relationship, and it's about the person and getting to know them. And if it's not a pitch for right now, maybe it's a pitch for later, or a relationship for later.
Exactly.
Do you have any tips on, or sort of do's or don'ts on like what to do in a pitch or in a general meeting, how to sort of just general guidelines?
Yeah, I'd say for pitches, the shorter the better. You want people to kind of be excited to learn more. You don't want to overstay your welcome. At least on the animation comedy side, like be funny. Like I just can't stress that enough. And it's hard. Like it's the weirdest thing where I think most people know this, but most television shows are sold on the pitch. Not like you can be an incredible writer. It's a weird standard, but you could be an incredible writer. But if you're not good at pitching, sometimes people won't do it because they're like, well, the pitch was not great. It's like, okay, but they can write. But it's this weird thing. You have to kind of be good at both. And it comes to practice. Some people are natural at it. Performers are great at it, like people who are comedians. I love developing pitches with them because they're just on, and it's easier for everyone. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like, and then again, just kind of stick to what, like I said, at least on the TV side, the kind of things that are important. You don't need to spell the whole thing out. And passion and personal connection, if you can get that across. Also, everything's Zoom now. Not since pre-pandemic, everything was in person pitching. Now it's all Zoom pitching. So I always, because I couldn't do it, I've been a million pitches, but if I had to do it, I would just have my pitch pages printed, ready underneath my camera, and I would just read off of them. That's my advice to give to all writers who have trouble pitching.
Great.
Yeah, and it's pretty similar in the feature side. Concise, I would say the biggest don't is like, don't read, you don't have to pitch us the whole 3-act structure. You don't have to read through that. Kind of the more detailed and bogged down and stuff, especially via Zoom, the more everyone just inadvertently starts to zone out a bit. And then if you miss one part of the story, then you're a little bit lost. So I'd say generally stick to being a concise, focus on character, like kind of why you want to tell the story, the why now, like why now is the time for this story to be told. And the characters and kind of the world, it's almost like Act 1-ish on the feature side, like set it up, and then you can talk a little bit if you want about what you plan to do with it. But animation and on the feature side is so iterative, and we really dig in. We don't need a fully baked idea. We just need to kind of get that kernel of the idea and see that it's something we can do with it. So we don't need a script. We don't need a pitch Bible. We don't need anything like that. It's just kind of the person, their idea. Not everyone who pitches to us can draw. It's fine if you don't have reference art. If you can also just feel free to pull stuff online, do that. You don't need to hire someone to draw these characters for you, because that's our job to help, if we buy it, to identify an artist and help kind of bring this idea to fruition. And the last thing I would say, which kind of tied to something Frank was saying, is don't everything's on Zoom these days, and don't have your whole pitch like written out in the PowerPoints or whatever people use these days, because inadvertently the execs will start to read that and not listen to your pitch.
Yeah,
so,
copy. You don't have copy on your slides.
You don't have copy,
just
exactly.
Images.
Yeah, the less writing,
don't
the
have
better.
Any, yeah.
Because it just takes attention away from
Distracting.
you. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just curious about 2D and 3D animation. Where is the studio right now with regards to that? Like, what projects are you guys looking forward to doing? We're looking to for pitches, let's say.
It's pretty different for both of us. For SPA, we are in the CG space. We partner with ImageWorks on all of our big films. So all of our big films are CG, so 3D. We do have some stuff that we're exploring in 2D, but the market for 2D theatrical is kind of unclear and not super well known. So anything we were to do in 2D would be much, much lower budget. And just because the general rule is you can take a little more creative risks and stuff with a smaller budget.
Yeah, and we're sort of opposite.
Yeah.
So Sausage Party is the only CG show I've ever worked on, but it's also the most expensive show I've ever worked on in animation. And it's taken a very long time, even though we've been actually ahead of schedule, because we have good creators. But it's just, to build that many assets, to make it look good. It actually looks better than the original theatrical feature because the technology's gotten better. But it still takes forever. I mean, we had a pitch, right? I don't remember how the movie ended. It was on a clear ending. So we had to develop a whole show after this ridiculous ending, which is fun. That's the whole job. That's the part of the job with the original writers and everything. But when we sold it to Amazon, they were like, "Great, go make this now. 16 episodes right now." And we're like, "Okay." So we had 2 animation studios out of Vancouver alternating the episode order, but they were sharing all the assets. But it took forever to make it. Just to literally build everything. We couldn't use anything from the film because they weren't like future proof. They didn't age well. So we had good references. We knew we didn't have to come up with ideas or designs or looks because that existed. We still had to make everything for the show. So again, technology will get better in the future where this doesn't become so time intensive, but because of that, we do almost everything 2D. But what's also exciting, because of Spider-Verse or like the new Ninja Turtles movie or like Blue-Eyed Samurai, like there's like cool new like 2.5D like this, like you can't really tell what it is. That's just different and it looks great. It's not one or the other. So there's also like new stuff coming out. But 2D's for the most part still the way to go for television because it's the most economical. It just is.
Okay. So once you've either optioned or acquired a project, what does your development process look like?
Our development process would depend on whether the creator is a writer. If the creator's a writer, then we would work with them to start writing initially it's like an outline, then a treatment, then a script, and then we spend a lot of time in the writing space. Films are greenlit based off a script still. And then at the same time, we'll be working with the director. So if the director's a writer, they'll be writing this themselves while also doing what we call viz dev or visual development. And then they'll be working with artists to come up with what the characters look like, what the world looks like. And if they're a storyboard artist, maybe creating an animatic, so they would board it out. And then we'd have like a 5-minute sequence or something, to give the tone of the movie, the comedy, all of that kind of that special sauce. But script and writing is so important. And if the director isn't a writer, then we'd go through a process of talking to a bunch of writers, seeing who vibes with the director. Sometimes the director would maybe write with the writer, sometimes not. But I'd say the vast majority of our time is spent on writing and really nailing the script.
Yeah, ours is similar-ish. It depends on the buyer and how competitive the pitch was, the project. Like Sausage Party was unique in that a lot of people wanted it, so we were able to leverage that to get a production commitment out of Amazon. But typically, it's like you sell a pitch and then you do the steps. Like you could now write the outline, write the script, make sure the drafts are great. That pilot draft, maybe you have to do a backup script sometimes. At the same time, you're creating the look of the show, the visual developments, you're designing all the main characters, the locations. Sometimes they ask for, off of that, an animatic or a proof of concept with the assets you've built. Once they have enough material that they deemed sufficient, then they can greenlight a full series order. And then at that point, you open your full room, you hire an animation studio, and you're off to the races.
Cool. So I think it goes without saying, but we all know that inclusion is important. How do you think that as executives, we can continue to sort of move the needle and champion inclusion?
Yeah, I think the biggest way is continuing, and I actually think the pandemic has been helpful in that regard, and it opened things up to more virtual pitches and stuff, and just going wide and making sure to hear the most diverse voices on every level and bringing them in and giving them a chance, and also taking a chance with people who might not have the credits on paper that you think are needed to do whatever position we're looking at, and taking a chance on them and really empowering them and setting them up for success. We have so many senior people at SPA who really love helping people up and helping people move up the ranks, and then we try to partner people and just really work from within to be successful in that regard. But the biggest thing, is just convincing people and being willing to take chances on people who might not have the credits that one thinks they might need.
Yeah, agree. It's not holding that against them, and I think the pandemic changed the accessibility, and like for the longest time you had to either live mostly in LA or New York, or maybe Atlanta. You had to be physically somewhere in rooms together. That's changed, and to like allow the talent pool to open up to people from all walks of life. I also think it's just important to make things with characters by creators who represent those communities. I mean, I still think the Miles films are going to make an incredible impact for years to come, just given that he and Gwen are the main characters. For the longest time, that's not the kind of, at least when I was growing up, the kind of heroes you saw in these movies. And it's not just, it made crazy money. It's obviously really popular, incredible filmmaking. But it also showed in box office, like, audiences want that. So you can't argue that it doesn't work anymore. For the longest time, I feel like that was the reason, which is crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, great. And with animation, I feel like too, there's freedom for so much creativity in everything.
Yeah.
Yep. Every little detail.
So what is, we're wrapping up here. We have a couple more questions, and then we can do some more Q&A if you all have any more questions. But what's the most useful piece of advice that you've been given?
For me, it's probably trust your gut, and just because this industry isn't really objective. There's no like objective standard of what's good or what's not, or what makes a hit or what doesn't. So it's really trusting your gut and surrounding yourself with people who you also trust, and creating this kind of network for yourself. Because there's no objective standard. Yeah,
the two best pieces I got, one was like, live where you want to live, because you don't know where you're going to work. It's like, I have a horrible commute, but I just like where I live. So it's fine. I used to actually live in Los Feliz for a long time, and then kept moving further east as I got kids. But that was the first piece of advice. Second one was find the negative space wherever you are and just try to fill it. And don't ask, like, just start doing it. Like, whatever you inherently bring to the table that you find, like, no one else here can do that, but I can just because of who I am. Just do it, and you'll see good results pretty quickly. That could be any job you're in.
I love that. And then lastly, is there any project that got away, or that you saw that you wish you could have been a part of?
Yeah.
Oh, always. Of recent films, I really loved Turning Red.
Oh, yeah.
Of recent animated films. It's so specific and has such a voice and a vision, and the creator, Domei Shi, is an unbelievable talent. So yeah, I mean,
and Bao was good.
Bao was great too. She's just always known and had this special sauce kind of, and it's so that's the one that I wish SPA could have done and been working with her, but she's been a Pixar forever. So
the one that for me was, there's an incredible show on Max called Scavenger's Reign by Joe Bennett, who's like this wildly talented animator, creator, and when I think Adult Swim, their incubator, that's where we first kind of started the proof of concept, and they didn't pick it up, and they were shopping it. At the time, I was just a long time ago now, I was in the position I was in, and I was trying to get leadership to be like, guys, like, this is incredible, like, look at this thing, like, he made this for no money at Adult Swim, and somehow they're letting it go. and I just couldn't compete and was not fast enough to get it. And it's fine. It ended up at the right home, and they made an incredible. If you guys haven't seen it, it's amazing. It's just great sci-fi storytelling, and it's all Joe. We just had from the moment I sat down with him, I saw the first short, and I was like, oh, this is Annihilation, Miyazaki, Joe's kind of just background imagination. Like, this is so cool. Like, it's like you're saying, I'm also like a big Dragon Ball Z fan, but like every part of this alien planet he thought through. Every plant, every animal, the way the physics work, the designs of everyone's costumes, the technology. I was like, this is so cool.
Yeah.
I was like, but it's all right. I couldn't get it.
And he also created his own animation studio,
He did,
right?
yeah.
Which is so different, and I think that's almost unheard of, but to really bring it to life on the back end, and it kind of ties what you said, like filling that negative space, like just making it happen.
Yeah.
What was it called?
Scavenger's Reign.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool. Very Annihilation, like you said.
Yeah.
I'd have to say Bluey for me.
Oh my God.
I love Bluey.
Joe Brum.
I know. He's amazing.
Unreal.
I watch it. My daughter watches it, and then I'll watch it when she's not home, too.
It is. I fight with people because people are like, what? Like, what's this kid's show? I'm like, no, like, you don't understand. That happens to be Australian dogs, but it's just good writing. It's a good family. It's a family sitcom. In another era, that would have just been a popular multicam in America, but they don't make those anymore. Like, no one makes, like, the shows that have run successfully for decades. That could be Bluey, but you know, and I think it's only good because Joe was just like, I'm just gonna make this in Australia, and use basically what's worked in America forever.
Caught fire.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Ludo is that studio, and it's just also beautifully
I
animated.
It is, yeah.
They do very complicated stuff within this tight budget, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you. Is there any questions? Are there any questions?
I'm trying not to jump out of my seat right now, so everybody knows here. My husband and I are animators. We're creators.
Oh.
And we have two very different projects. One is Lolly, the fairy that cannot fly. And it explores a fairy that is disabled in her universe, and she's a spin-off from an adult, young adult novel we have, a fantasy novel. And we also have one, we did a film, I think, I sent your daughter one of her books. Lolly has a couple of books out, and so that's for a younger audience. And then we're going to be doing an animated film for this year's challenge called Utility Bill, Biometric Integrated Lifelink. And this is for children 10 to 14. It's sci-fi, it's fantasy, it's alien, and so in both feature children with disabilities as a titular character. How do I approach you with something like this? We have the pitch Bible, we have, you know, websites, we have books, we have the whole universe, everything built out. In fact, Steve Bloom has signed on to do the voice of Utility Bill for our movie this year, and Cheryl Chase is going to be doing voices for Lolly when we get back into that space. But we have people in the industry that are excited to get behind it. How do I bring that to your space and get noticed there? And either one of them could be TV or movie. They're both fully built out ideas. How do I get them in front of you? Like yesterday.
I mean, with their features, if you want to pick features, I also,
for features, I'd say the first question would be, I guess, do you have a rep? And if not, that's fine. But
we don't. That's the
okay. Yeah, I mean, it's events like this. I could say I'd be happy to give you my email, and you can shoot me an email, and we can talk about it, and I could try to set up an opportunity for you to pitch it to me and perhaps another executive or two, because it sounds very intriguing. But as a whole, the general process for getting in front of us is either a rep or it's having a very prolific online presence, and then we'll see the stuff oftentimes, and if it fits what we're looking for, we'll often reach out directly to the creator and try to start that relationship from there. I've reached out to people on Instagram or people and you know, we do watch also festivals and shorts, and the ones that, you know, the place or just ones that seem intriguing, So we check out that stuff too, and we'll reach out to creators directly also.
Arlene Thornton she's a friend of ours,
Mhm.
and she said, I'm willing to rep you in any room that you want. I'm not signed with her. We just happen to be very good friends.
Yeah.
Her husband Jack, and so she's like, I'll be there for you, but I haven't necessarily signed with her.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And not being repped is never fatal at all in any way, shape, or form. There's a mix of whether people are repped or not in animation because it's such a small community. Yeah. It's arguably maybe it's not as necessary as it is in live action. And if you're not repped, you have to sign you have to sign a oh my God, I'm blanking on the names.
Agreement.
Yeah, submissions agreement,
Yes.
a release,
Yes.
and all of that. So there's a few more little steps you have to go through, and we have to check with RBA and just make sure things are clear on that front. But not being repped is never fatal to a pitch or anything like that.
Yeah, I'd say put stuff online too if that's a way to get attention. Just it does matter. Like if you're
It really does.
if you're short, I've developed stuff off people who just put out really cool shorts, and I get to know them and talk about is there more there? Have they thought about it? Sometimes they have, some they haven't. The rep thing, the one thing I will say that helps is they can protect you in the sense that there's a legal trail of like this was your idea, so someone doesn't take it. So I would recommend that route.
Yeah, it's
Again, it's a case of she's more than willing to go there with us and sign with us and do this. Just as with everything else, we do the footwork and we get the connections, and then she jumps in and does all of the legal and the protection of us. But so definitely. And how would I get in front of you for?
Well, I will say if it's kids, I only do adult stuff. Yeah. So, but we have a kids division run by Jody Ambrosia, who actually came up from Disney Plus. So happy to tell Joe about it. But everything I do just skews very adult. So they're different buyers, different So there's different mandates.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And with Mattel, what about Mattel?
We have a similar process. We do a submissions agreement, and then we'll review that way. Yeah.
I'll get all of your information.
So my question is for you and for Mattel. So do you guys look for children's animated stuff that you can build dolls based on? Or what do you primarily look for?
So we do everything. Right now, we are very much focused on our IP. We have a big library of existing IP that we're focused on. We do originals, some originals, and so we will look at originals. We certainly look at it from a toyetic perspective. Like, is there potential for toy? Is there potential for different product CP? But we care most about story and characters, and is this an interesting show? Does it have a story engine? Is this something that could sustain a certain amount of series? So we don't want a toy commercial. I think that's the interesting thing. It's like a lot of people expect that we want all this toy stuff, but it's story, character first, and then all of the elements around that. But we are hearing some original pitches, but we're focused primarily on our existing IP at the moment.
So for people like in this community that have content that will include a lot of disabled characters, is that something that your company would look at, or?
Yeah, we hear pitches all the time. I hear pitches every day.
Don't have access to the big agents, so it's nice to hear that there's ways to get through, because the big agents really don't talk to us until we're already there.
Yeah, no, I hear pitches all the time. Again, like with animation, there's a lot of people who are not repped, and so it's just a different process. It's a submissions agreement to protect all parties, and so that's sort of just the way it goes. But yeah, I meet with everybody, repped and unrepped and all of that. So yeah, and we've certainly considered disability. I'm proud to say in almost every single one of my shows that I'm working on, there is a person with a disability, either as a main character or in the background, at least in some capacity. So, ready? Are you ready? Yeah.
Animation in Japan is seen a lot differently than it is in America. it's more, it's out there. I love anime. So, from experience, do you think that the networks, the corporations who make anime in America will ever be able to catch up with the thought process or the visions that they have in Japan? Maybe not.
Well, so we acquired Crunchyroll. Warner Brothers sold. So Sony owned Funimation for a long time, and when Warner sold Crunchyroll to Sony, they became one company, and now that's the largest streaming anime service in the world.
And
and
been like that for like 5 years now.
Yeah,
it's a great
and
streamer.
the audience is there, and I would say the biggest challenge I faced is because I grew up with anime, and I'm 37, so my brother is my brother is like 8 years younger than me. I had to view it on like morning I grew up out in LA, so KCAL 9 or Toonami Block, so it was licensed, out of Japan, these dubs, or VHS tapes.
Yeah.
But I loved it, but it was hard to get. His generation, it was available online all the time. So everyone my brother's age or younger, this is all they watch. If you go to Anime Expo right now, it's going to be here in 4th of July weekend. It's bigger than Comic-Con. It's already big. Anime Expo is already bigger than Comic-Con.
Wow.
And I've been to both. I went to both last year. I went to Comic-Con for Twisted Metal. I went to Anime Expo for some Crunchyroll stuff. Yeah, and
I shot that panel.
oh, cool. Yeah, so I've been going to Comic-Con my whole life because I went to school down there, and been going for work for years. But I could tell you that they're already on par. Like the Anime Expo crowd is as big as the Comic-Con crowd, and it's also people like all walks of life. Like the Anime Expo fan is everybody. The Comic-Con fan tends to be older, whiter, male. Like Anime Expo is like literally, and it's very young and it's global.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And I've been trying to, in some places, get it. Like Netflix is way ahead of the curve. Like they have a lot of original anime and licensed anime. Everyone else is playing catch up, but Netflix I think was smart early on to identify the global reach of this thing. Sony too, when they got Crunchyroll. And I have original content with Crunchyroll. I'm making stuff with them. It's just a different pipeline. Like in Japan, it's very driven by the animation studio. So you hand them your scripts, and they just make it. You have no say. It's very different from how we do it out here.
Yeah, it really is. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because once again, I watch a lot of. I love Crunchyroll. A lot of stuff on Crunchyroll. The High School of the Gods is one of my great shows. Naruto, Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan is incredible. Attack on Titan is one of the best TV shows ever made.
Yeah. Really?
Easy. Like Game of Thrones could have been Attack on Titan, but they fumbled the bag. Attack on Titan had one of the best endings I've ever seen.
Yeah, and they're making a real movie now.
Which I don't know why they shouldn't. No, I'm serious. The animation. Well, people go like, why end? I'm like, the Attack on Titan. What's coolest about that show? If anyone has seen it, it's like the animation is so beautiful because it doesn't have physics and scale. The way they show, it's got a lot of influence from like kaiju stuff and a lot of Spider-Man stuff. The way the ODM gear works with that's all web slinging stuff. Like so you can see the influences from other mediums in the way the creator designed everything. But it's so cool. Like it doesn't make sense how they fly around and take down the Titans. And then that last battle, everything's so big. That will never look good live action. It's gonna look goofy. Yeah. Like animation lets you do stuff and you buy it, right? You immediately. And then the characters, the acting for some of the arcs that paid off for some of those characters was incredible. I'm like, you're not gonna get that in a live action series.
Yeah, guys, I think it really messed up Cowboy Bebop.
Well, yeah.
I like Samurai X. Samurai X's live action was phenomenal.
I
haven't seen it.
It's phenomenal.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
awesome.
I mean, One Piece was good. I give them credit. One Piece was good.
I just started watching the one that came out recently. Yu Yu Hakusho.
Hakusho, yeah. I was surprised they did that one.
Yeah, I was surprised too. That was so old.
It was very old.
Yeah, it was like from 1980s.
Yeah.
But that was okay too.
Yeah. We have time for one or two more questions.
Hi, my name is Andrea Jennings, and I wanted to know, programming done right can be really helpful, especially with the development piece and funding, especially since our community sometimes we don't have the equity as far as finance. So done correctly, programs can be really good. Are any of your studios considering having some sort of maybe contest that includes development, so that if we have ideas like this lady here for her project, that we can help build that out and have some guidance?
I think it's that we're always talking about how to do that and how to be more inclusive and how to incorporate it. I don't think we have anything at the moment that I'm aware of, but also with Greater Sony, they're such a big company, there's so many initiatives that I just might not be aware of. But at SPA, not at the moment that I can think of that are focused on this community, but it's something we are always exploring.
On the, not for animation, but my live action colleagues, they do have a diverse equity and inclusion directors program and writing program. So that does exist at Sony TV. It's just not for
animation,
not animation, no, just live action.
Yeah, that would be helpful because it would help, to get things started.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And by the way, this panel was so informative. I
Oh,
learned
good.
so much. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Last question. Anyone have one more? No? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Alyssa. Thank you, Frank.
Yeah,
thank you, Nick, for having us.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the live stream audience here. I'm gonna go back on mic here, even though I'm loud. That got a big laugh. My voice is a little too loud pretty often.
Stop yelling.
I yell by nature, but this was such an incredible panel, and thank you so much, Sony Pictures Animation, Sony Pictures, the Sony verse, I guess. So many different elements that are so supportive, and thank you, Teal, for being an amazing moderator. Live stream audience, we can't wait to see your films. I hope you felt like you were here in the room and with us, because we felt it. Again, keep sharing your content. Everything that you're doing is going to get you into that place. So make your films. It's buddy comedy, so have fun. At the end of the day, it's about making a film and having fun. So that is a wrap on our live stream, on our day. Thank you so much, Cinematography for Actors, Hollyshorts Film Festival, to the crew with the live stream, to AFI, the #1 rated film school in the world, for hosting us.